Państwo. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is Immersion Festival. My name is Kamil Wnuk and I have the pleasure of chairing this event. Technology or technique was trying to be the upper hand, or fight at least, but we are the upper hand at the end of the day. So we are kicking off. Hello and welcome. This is the second day of the festival and we'll be joined by Anna Osiadacz, the director of Immersion Festival and Concept Culture head. She has the pleasure of saying hello to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So nice, thank you very much. According to what we are speaking at the festival, our avatars would have done it better. We would have kicked off on time, but we are coping. We are here. Welcome cordially to all of you. And I'm more overjoyed with the fact that it was the first edition last year. There were different events that started but were not sustained. Here we are. We have increased the potentials of our festival. And I hope that we'll be using this for the two upcoming days, both here in Palace of Culture and Science in Warsaw and online with all those listening to our discussions and presentations delivered by business insiders and experts. Hello and welcome. We have the pleasure of hosting international guests in our online transmission, and we are going to have experts from many countries sitting on our panels. Thank you very much for that. Thanks to my team, including the curator of the international exhibition, Anna Silar from Vienlab. Many thanks to all my team. This is a group of aficionados who are happy to have similar aficionados in front of them who love this topic. They either create it or research or try to be a step ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we wouldn't have organized the festival but for the partners and sponsors and financing institutions. The support is great and exceeds financial support. Sometimes it's in-kind contribution or a spiritual contribution that means a lot. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank our main partners. This is Niepodległa Program Office. We have collaborated for years. We have the virtual theatre of history that is delivered to different places all over the world. History is a fascinating adventure rather than swatting the dates, as kids say in classes. We'd like to thank Central House of Technology, another main partner, because the festival has got two homes. Today we are in the Palace of Culture and Science. Yesterday we paid kudos to our hard-working viewers who would like to see it on Sunday. Tomorrow, Central House of Technology, that continues with the exhibition and with the conference. It's technology, but much more. You will find many interesting items, socially important problems. They pertain to art, including highbrow art. They have space for film and filmmakers. Last but not least, they have place for game lovers, and we're trying to show that the games are much more than killing other people and escaping. There are also educational values that disseminate knowledge on culture, history, science. This is the exhibition, and there are technological partners supporting the festival. HTC Vive It's been the second year in a row. We've been showing that virtual reality should be highbrow. We try not to spoil the eyes and the minds of our viewers and try to offer high quality equipment. Showtime is another partner without which we wouldn't be able to have a VR cinema. Yesterday, it was truly besieged. A showtime, a big clap to you. You passed the muster, and people were happy, and the system is operational. Hyperbook is another partner. As you know, some VR projects can be seen from headsets, and some of them they require computers of high quality to launch applications. Hyperbook, thank you very much for being with us, for delivering so many computers as we need. Another partner this year, last but not least, also very important, EduTech expert, another technical partner. We've had the pleasure of organizing the competition for teachers and pupils, combined works which were associated with an interesting VR project supporting education not only in your school. And now, without any further ado, without saying who was responsible for what, let me quote the partners, and these are XR College Mimo Atkin, Cinematic VR. We have the great pleasure of hosting Plate with Fire and a special partner, Łódź University of Technology, which organizes game creating in teams, Poland's biggest competition of this kind. National Remembrance Institute with Cutting Edge Technologies Office. They present the award-winning game of codes, legal culture. VR means royalties and intellectual rights before you enter Metaverse and Internet 3.0. Nova Era, Adam Mickiewicz Institute, which makes it possible to present one of the VR projects. VR Incubator. There is Mindy, that will cleanse your mind during the break between panels. There is the National Settlement Chamber that support us a lot, without whom we wouldn't have been able to expand. There is VNLab, Audiovisual Technology Center, EduVLab, Vimagineo, and all is left for me is to express my profound and heartfelt gratitude for help and support. There are many of us, even more. Next year, we shall expand to include international partners. We'd like to thank media patrons, Rzeczpospolita Daily, VR AR Association Global, pananimacja.pl, Pulsar, Wiedza i Życie, Świat Nauki, VAT for free. There is the honorary patronage because we speak about virtual project creation, how to gain money. National Center of Research and Development and Polish Entrepreneurship Development Agency have been appointed these kind of special partners. And all the event is financed through Ministry of Culture National Heritage Grant, creative sectors. Thank you very much for trusting us. It's second year in a row you give us a chance to be brought together here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Immersion Festival, second edition 2022. I hereby pronounce the festival open. May you enjoy the reception. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is left for me but to invite you to join the first panel. This is an intriguing title. Not only film festivals, this is the different perception of distribution, Anna Schiller, who's been mentioned before, the curator of the international section of the festival and VN Lab at Łódź Film School, where she's responsible for distribution of materials. We have Agata Di Tomaso, the Diversion Cinema, and Michaela Tarnowski-Holland, creative strategist and producer, AI, VR, and Metaverse. The floor is yours, ladies and gentlemen.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Czy mnie słychać? Słychać.
Good morning, can you hear me? Allow me to take a chair. Quite an unusual situation to be sitting on a panel without panelists sitting next to me. I'll be switching into English, so for those who have not equipped themselves with the interpretation sets, this is the time.
Hopefully I will see our panelists. Welcome Agata and welcome Michaela. It's good to have you. Sorry for the delay. I hope now everything will be fine on the technical side. Before we start, I would like to say that we were supposed to be here with Joseph Katz as well, but due to the family emergency, he isn't able to join us. I'm sorry for that. Hopefully there will be another occasion to talk with Joe as well. Okay. Do you hear us? Please, can you? Okay. Can you say something so that we can also...
Hello. Hello.
Hi. Okay, good. Since we have 15 minutes, not 45, I will jump to very precise questions. I had a lot of questions to our panelists because, the distribution of VR is a very hot topic. It's also something that I'm particularly interested in and something that I do at the VN Lab on a daily basis. But since we have very little time and Michaela is connecting with us at 1 a.m. her time and also going to the airport very soon, I will jump straight to the questions to maybe Michaela first. Michaela, can you tell us a little bit from your perspective and your experience about the audience engagement? Precisely, I would ask you about the VR experience on the morning you wake at the end of the world, which we are happily presenting on the exhibition during the Immersion Festival. There is a social engagement campaign accompanying the VR experience, and I would like to ask you to tell us a little bit about it and also how it works from your perspective in terms of the distribution and reaching out to new audiences.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. I'm just going to pull up a few slides just so we all have something to look at while I talk. So On the Morning You Wake to the End of the World is a 3-part VR documentary. It was produced by Archers Mark and Atlas V, who are also well known for the experience called Notes on Blindness. The experience takes you into the Hawaii False Ballistic Missile Alert, which was for 38 minutes, people in Hawaii in the United States thought that there was going to be an incoming ballistic missile due to a text message they received. And so we use this event as a catalyst to really showcase the worldwide issues around nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons policy, which I know is very intimate right now with Poland sharing a border with Russia. With the current state of the world. And so what this VR project really looks at doing is it looks at being an intersection between art and technology to help shape opinions. And so the project takes you into not only the devastation of weapons from a more human perspective, because for so long, nuclear weapons threat has been spoke of as if it is a numbers issue. This is how many are in the world. This is how devastating they can be. Here are the millions of people that could be affected. But we as humans don't always think in that way. And so we're working to create an impact campaign, or otherwise known as a way to get the project seen by other people that wouldn't normally be at a film festival. And so Games for Change is a nonprofit in New York City. And I think the biggest thing for us as a nonprofit organization and as a organization really focused on inspiring change and making a difference in the world is that we don't think of distribution in a traditional way where we think about making money or we think about creating an income. We actually approach it from a totally opposite perspective where we're really looking at just trying to cover the expenses of the creator, trying to cover the expenses of the team involved. And that allows us to do something that I like to call mobilization. So when we think about mobilizing an experience, we think about how we have the experience take a stance for a really urgent issue. And so for us, On the Morning You Wake ultimately stands for peace, and we ultimately ask the new audiences that come through and watch the experience, how can we change this story? How can we change this rhetoric in this documentary about horror and threat and feeling like you only have 38 minutes to say what you need to say to your family? And so we have a multi-pronged approach to impact. We strategically focus in spaces where there's education because we feel that the new generation is a really key part of our impact strategy. And so we oftentimes collaborate with high schoolers and universities, which is a big part of Games for Change's already present audience as a organization focused highly in impact. But education isn't just reserved to the traditional classroom environment. We also identify education as being a huge part of the lifelong learners or a huge part of the public institutions. So like museums, like libraries. But one thing we've done that I think is really unique is we've built this network of extraordinary organizations around nuclear weapons threat and around grassroots organizing. And so a big part of what we say when we say making an impact is we're working with this constellation of organizations, but Games for Change is providing these services such as education advising or accessibility concerns. So a big problem that we see oftentimes in the VR industry is around the accessibility with the technology or around the language that the VR experience is in. And so we're actively localizing the experience in multiple languages. So we currently have Korean, Spanish, Japanese, French, German, and we're currently working on, and Norwegian, and we're currently working on other subtitles or other closed captions like traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, Russian, and Hebrew. And so these are ongoing efforts that Games for Change is actually raising funding for using this constellation of organizations, which include but are not limited to some of the ones you see here. Now, these are subject matter focused organizations. So when we think about this, it means we're moving beyond just the traditional technology or filmmaking world that normally fund a production, and we're actually looking at the people who are going to fund the project after the production is finished. So we're looking at grassroots organizers, we're looking at public institutions, we're looking at journalism-based institutions. And when we're thinking about those high-level funders, we're thinking about people like Plowshares or Carnegie, who also have a direct interest in stopping nuclear warfare. And then we also tend to lean back a little bit onto our technology partners, especially when it comes to research. There's a lot of people really interested in the research around XR projects. And so we have found some really robust funding in the research category. I just want to wrap this up with just a few more slides. I want to highlight the fact that one of the very unique parts of what we're doing with this mobilization technique at Games for Change is we actually equip the subject matter experts to be the project's biggest advocates. And so one way we do that is we have these impact fellows who are all incredible people with a background in nuclear weapons threat, nuclear disarmament. They've worked in Washington, D.C., or they've worked in Russia. And so by equipping these people with empowering them to feel like they can be an advocate and a voice for the project, we actually tend to find that a lot of the partnerships that come to our door with a little bit of funding or a lot of the amazing partnerships at the United Nations or elsewhere that we've been actually comes through these like really unique, personalized relationships that the project builds with these really key strategic people in this industry. Talked a little bit about the wraparound materials. I just want to highlight this final item in our mobilization strategy, which is around these loaner kits that we've put together. So we don't want to make VR experiences or screening VR experiences very complicated. So what we've done is we put together this Pelican kit or a hard case kit where we can fit 4 virtual reality headsets alongside of 2 iPads, headphones, and chargers. And this can be flown and shipped all over the world. It's simple, it's portable. We've used this in many different universities. We've used this in many different institutions. And we've been able to see that this is a really key turnkey product that Games for Change has put together in order to mobilize the experience to many different audiences, all with different ranges of comfortability with technology. So either our team is there remotely to walk somebody through how to use this kit, or our team is there with the kit personally on the ground. And so we find this is a really important solution to how we make the experience really accessible to people. Because it's just a one-stop kit for people to set up and break down. And sometimes that could also include a pop-up banner, or that includes a larger kind of showcase like a panel or a creator talk pack. And so this is some of the target organizations and audiences we have, or I spoke about these a little bit briefly before, but one of the big people we're also looking at impacting is policymakers and diplomats. So if anyone in the audience knows any diplomats or policymakers in Poland that you think would really find this experience intriguing, I highly recommend you invite them. And this is just a little bit of the work that the project did. It premiered at a few festivals. It did a big art activation, a physical art activation in Times Square. So thinking about how the project can live outside of a headset is a big part of what we do. We did a large activation at the Nobel Peace Center where we worked with them to create over 45 high school field trips who came through the door to also screen the experience and talk about this from a Norwegian's perspective. And we've also worked at the United Nations on a few projects, and we've worked across many universities and things like that. So this is just one of the ways we're working to bring the experiences to many different places. And what was really important for us as a wrap-up point is that we brought the experience back to Hawaii. We wanted to honor the people that shared their experiences with us. We wanted to honor the people that actually survived this horrific event, even though no one actually died from it. It's still a very intense, traumatic text message experience they went through. And so one of the main goals of our mobilization project is to bring this to Hawaii and to bring this to the University of Hawaii, which we're constantly doing in many different ways, partnering with many Indigenous independent-run spaces, partnering with many Indigenous classrooms and universities. So yeah, that's just to give you a little look at what we're doing.
Thank you, Michaela. That was social impact campaign in a nutshell, very quick, thank you. I want to encourage you to check out the experience. It's available still today. Tomorrow, unfortunately, the exhibition will be closed, but today you still have time to visit the experience and also fill out the survey. There is an onboarding survey and aftercare survey, so feel free to take your time and share your thoughts after watching the experience. Thank you, Michaela, again. I want to jump to Agata. We have very little time, so I will ask you only one question, but I think it's important for the festivals like this as well. We are a hybrid festival in terms of the conference part. The exhibition is also only offline, like it's happening in real life. We don't have any online VR experiences. But I guess during the pandemic, a lot has changed in terms of the approach to distributing and presenting VR in a hybrid realm, like in that kind of form. So, Agata, can you share your experience on how you dealt with it as a Diversion Cinema? What was your strategy for the pandemic and also for now?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thanks for inviting me, Anna. I'm very happy to be part of this panel, even if I'm not there with you. So just to introduce quickly the company, Diversion Cinema is a French, Paris-based company that was born in 2016. We have two departments. From one side, we have a technical department which takes care of physical installation. So we work a lot with festivals, with private clients, events, which wants to present immersive experiences, but they don't know how. So actually we can take care from A to Z all of the scenography, the technical materials, the mediation, the contents as well. And besides that, in 2018, we opened this distribution department. So now we have like a catalog with 23, 25 immersive experiences. We distribute VR, but not only. We're like exploring a new kind of immersive contents. We have a small catalog with full dome experiences as well, and a digital installation also. So yes, we started the distribution activity in 2018. It was the real beginning of the industry. So at the time we didn't have many standards, many examples to follow. So we tried to build this new market step by step. It was not easy. In 2018 and 2019, we started creating a good network of festivals and physical places interested in presenting immersive experiences. We were very happy because of our double nature of technical providers and distributors. So many times at that time and today as well, we work with this double nature for the events. So from one side, we help technically the clients, and from the other side, we provide also the contents. In 2020, everything changed because all the venues closed, as you know. It was quite terrifying for us, but we discovered actually new channels, a new way to still work with immersive experiences. And for us, at that time, a catalog of 360, simple 360 narrative, cinematic or artistic experiences was very important. Because many festivals started to present the contents on online platforms. So many festivals, all of the festivals, some of the festivals canceled their edition, unfortunately, in 2020 and 2021. But a big part of festivals just moved online with the help of online platforms, which were able to present 360 experiences. At that time, we realized the importance of this kind of 360 cinematic experiences. Because I don't know if you remember, but in 2019, even today, actually, we think that we have to follow the technology, the cutting edge technology. We think in a naive way that we have to distribute, or we have to present the last new technology contents, but the 360 cinematic contents have a big strength. Public, if a 360 content is well written and well realized and produced, it can have a big impact on general public. And in 2020, we realized that, and we continuing to add 360 contents to our catalog. And I think that at the end of the year, what we saved our economy balance was the distribution of 360 contents. And even now that we don't have COVID that closed physical venues here, we continue to add to our catalog 360 cinematic contents because we know that public can appreciate it, and also that there are a lot of venues that can't purchase like new headsets two times a year. So they still have their like Oculus Go or Oculus Quest or Pico also. So they are able to present 360 contents. So this is, I think, my answer for like the COVID time. Since that, each time that we add a new content to our catalog, we try to create a specific strategy for the distribution of the content. We have in our distribution department 2 people working in it, me and my colleague Paul. Paul takes care mainly of the commercial distribution, so the distribution in physical venues, cultural venues, museum institutions, and also the online distribution. And I take care mainly of the festival distribution because it's a very important part of the distribution of a content. I think that if you can like go on the slides, if we can. I don't know if you
2 minutes.
Can hear me? Yes, thank you. If you go to the slide number 9, please. Thank you. Yes, so slide number 9 and 10, we listed a little bit the main channels that we use to distribute immersive experiences. So as I told you, film festivals, there are a lot of, not only film festival, but festivals in general. So New Media Festival, film festival, art festival in general, interested in presenting immersive experiences. We try to monetize this kind of distribution in festival, even if it's not easy, always easy, but we're and it's great. Then, as I told you, online stores. There are some examples: Oculus, Pico, Steam, etc. A big part of our distribution now is in cultural venues, so museums, galleries, exhibitions. There are some examples there. We distribute also to other distributors. These are some examples in France. Astrea, Lucid Realities, Wide are a big distribution company here in France. Telco, so the telecommunication companies, also they're interested in proposing to their audience immersive experiences, mostly online. So Orange, Sky, China Mobile, etc. And in the slide number 10, we have some other smallest channels to distribute. So travel companies, like on the train or on the flights. Some of travel companies wants to propose immersive experience to their customers. LBE places, so location-based entertainment, they are mostly interested in gaming, so in game contents, but some of them, sometimes they present also artistic and cinematic experiences. Yes, these are the main channels where we distribute. On slide number 11, if you can
Agata,
go on slide
we have to wrap
11.
up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. I would love to talk more, but since we are short in time, I'm sorry, I have to stop you here. But thank you for sharing your insights. It's super interesting. And I also encourage everybody to watch Bloodless, which is from the Diversion Cinema catalog. Bloodless is also in our exhibition, available still today. Thank you so much, Agata, and thank you so much, Michaela, for sharing your experience and your insights about this, and hope to see you next time live. life in Warsaw or somewhere else in the world. Thank you very much for taking part in the panel, and I will pass it to Kamil.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for such a nutshell panel. We managed to catch up with our delay. I would like to give the floor to Julia Zdobylak from Performix, a part of Publicis Group. Brand experience-based marketing, how to use VR and AR in advertising. And here comes Julia. Let's wait a moment for my presentation. I hope it's going to work. Once again, hello, my name is Julia Zdobylak, and I will tell you how you can take advantage of new technologies in advertising and in marketing. I'm talking about it because for 5 years I've been working in the area of internet marketing, Google Ads, LinkedIn ads, and Meta ads. I deal with paid online campaigns. I've got some experience, and I can tell you what future online campaigns can look. We experience marketing evolution. Philip Kotler described various marketing strategies, various approaches to marketing as such. Marketing 1.0 was based on products. We were adapting products, creating products, and we treated consumers as those who have to buy a product as such. Henry Ford saying is that the car can be any color as long as it's black works very well in this case. In the 2.0 approach, we're more focused on customer needs, on what products they really do need, and we treated them as conscious customers, not necessarily willing to buy anything. Then the marketing of value occurred. We approached customers from the point of view of the values they believe in. The supreme objective of the marketing was to make the world better, which may sound really sophisticated. However, we were focused on products to maintain customers and to maintain the customer. Finally, we have digital marketing where all activities are interactive, and consequently the different activities had to follow internet development. What follows? Marketing 5.0, which is a new marketing strategy. We have access to increasing numbers of data. We can get information who of you owns a pet, who of you is a parent, what your family revenue is, who is going to get married soon. These are detailed pieces of information. Many people who learn how much Google knows about them become really taken aback. Marketing based on data lets us acquire more knowledge about consumers, their current and future behavior. Consequently, we can implement predictive marketing, namely being ahead of our customers' needs. We reach them in the right place and in the right time using specific ad location to reach them when they are most ready to make a purchase or use a service. And finally, something most interesting, this is the augmented marketing using product placement such as VR or AR. This is another step towards something we call agile marketing. Philip Kotler considered it that every marketing specialist should use it.
In order to do so, we need to combine a human factor with artificial intelligence and next-generation technologies. VR, AR, chatbox, Internet of Things, blockchain, and other technologies are the part of the latter. Can I have another slide on? And you can see the consumer's path, and there are touch points of marketing. There is a myriad of them, but there is composed of 5 basic areas: knowing information, knowing variants, decision to buy when we are most susceptible to price related information. What follows is the phase when marketing people forget about buyers once they bought it. In this slide, there is no VR or AR technologies, but they'd be able to have this contact point with a consumer any phase of this consumer path. Can I have another slide? Why am I speaking about this? Because VR technologies are increasing. VR advertisement payments are increasing, and they are going to increase later on. It shows how open the market is. We are in the uptrend. This is an uptrend line. We can see a very important bit of information is specific information in Google, Meta or LinkedIn. There are targeting possibilities based on their interest. In case of LinkedIn, the positions which are associated with VR. The areas are ready to advertise in VR context. And in consecutive slides, I'm going to present you a number of examples which show VR or AR entering advertisement activities. It can replace outdoor advertisement. On the left hand side you can see a campaign that will be visible in the area we are all in. This is the augmented reality. And there is an asset of this campaign. These activities will be moving. Not only do we see the static banner, but moving activities, motile, which has got a higher conversion rate. Video activities through TikTok or Reels days are more visible than regular banners. On the right hand side, you can see improved version of paper catalog, which shows us live specific clothes behaving in motion. Let's proceed. In the next slide, you will see advertising Xperia in games and metaverse. We've got issuers that have it, and they sell spaces in games or in advertisements on cars, racing, sports. There are advertising areas that have been taken from real television transmissions, and the player who has been immersed in this world can see the banners in the game world. Another phase is the developed metaverse, and there'll be a plethora of advertising spaces. We'll be entering this with different ways of reaching consumers in a new way. We have VR products exploration advertisements. They are immersive. They request you to click and proceed with VR to streamline the product and use it. Like, for example, the color of your car. You can see it from the outside, from the inside, what it looks like in a space. There is the product exploration possibilities before you buy it, which was not possible before. Let's proceed. And here, there is the extension of what I was speaking about. Experience of a product before you buy it. I'm going to show you two very interesting examples. One is the mirror. The mirror makes it possible to put clothes on without going to a brick and mortar store, without imagining what they look like, without measuring with a tape measure or any other ruler. You just put your clothes on in this mirror, in this virtual reality, augmented reality. Second are the wallpapers and wall tires that can be imported to our own bathroom. Instead of imagining the color on the walls, you can just see. You can see the product. You can fit it. You can check it whether it fits to your interior or to your body. We can expand our experience through VR. The first is furniture augmented reality. This is IKEA's, which makes it possible to see all the products and put them in your space. Whether this table fits our sitting room, what is the color, align it to our possibilities. And the second example, this is the expansion of your experience in buying in a brick and mortar shop. You have Google VR, you can have additional information about the product. If you have curly hair, you can filter out products on curly hair which suit you the best. They'll be green marked, as you can see in the film. And the last example I hope you will see. These are floor tiles, advertised in a very interesting way. There is an incentive for you to take part in the competition. And this is associated with a new technology, NFT, which speaks to people who are already interested in VR or AR technology. This is the advertisement that I wanted to show, owing to the name. These are the tires that are called Immersion. I couldn't have forgotten about this product. And in the course of our festival, I was fished by it on LinkedIn. So it speaks to VR or AR interested people. I could speak at length. Advertisements and examples of new technologies used in marketing come in abundance. The time is pretty limited, therefore I think the space will be a must-visit place for marketing people. We'll have to get used to this being a new advertisement space, being like any other space, outdoor and indoor. These solutions are more and more often used. Advertisement spendings are on the increase. If you work in marketing, if you want to advertise your product, sooner or later you have to realize that this is one of the most immersive possibilities to experience the product and reach out with your brand. Thank you very much. No time for questions, I believe, but get in touch with me through LinkedIn should you like to learn something about my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing is left for me but to request another speaker to hit the stage. Ada Florentyna Pawlak, technology anthropologist, a lawyer and art historian. She's going to speak about special influencers, virtual influencers. She's going to speak about metal humans. Is she not with us? Here you are, Ada. Join us here in the center of the stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm waiting for the launch of my presentation. The presentation is going to kick off soon. Let me mention there is the ghost, the phantom living in the Palace of Culture and Science. These are which causes the breaks on screens. You can follow this transmission online. Online people can see it. These TV sets are faulty, and during the break we are going to correct. Am I supposed to wait for the presentation, or what? Press the button right to see the next slide. And I'm doing this, and what? No presentation for the time being. I'll tell you a few words about me. Institute of Culture, Anthropology Institute of Łódź University. For the last pandemic years, I've been able to collaborate with a number of new experimental lines of science, business and automation, collaboration of human with machines, and we had virtual influencers research. It's a brand new thing. The first manifestations were here in 2016. Brute Agency that you probably know, Lil Michaela. On social media, there's been 8 million of followers. She's highly recognizable amongst young people. You cannot mistake her for anybody. She was the first example of marketing that is delivered through humanoids. She was the first one to appear on the covers of the magazines. You could see that this is a virtual creature. I sent my presentation to Anya. I'm sorry we don't have images, because images are very important. I wanted to involve you. We've got photos so that you can see these quasi-human creatures, to whether you can tell the difference between them and human influencers. In the context of metaverse, this is a very interesting topic. Matthew Ball writes that from the technical point of view, we will go a long way if all social contacts are proponents of that. But if we imagine synthetic reality and a kind of artificial reality, it is difficult to imagine this to be filled with objects only. Creatures to interact with, like in gaming, will be needed. Listen up, last year, MetaHuman Generator was created. Developers can use it. Any company that wants to do so, they can realize. Soul Machines do the same, many others. But there is my care object after 2 years of research, 200 students. They are not technically rookie. Business automation, they have social context, but they learn programming, so they can tell the difference, the representation between the representation and real object. It has not happened. What seems to me most important is the fact that we should start a specific discussion on how much images should be legally regulated if they are not marketed in social media. It pertains to Instagram and TikTok. Quasi-synthetic creatures come in greater numbers. There are hundreds of thousands. What's the problem? Ontological status of being that we interact with is more complex. I don't know whether they are AI powered, whether there is a great team creating the narrative that sets these creatures in the artificial world. The problem is that our kids are online. Once they start interacting, the interaction is okay for them. This is what the research shows. They know the algorithms, but this synthetic creation is this different human friend. It will be present and it will disappear whenever requested without any emotional cost or unpleasant feelings. Analytical categories, when we compare with virtual influencers, this is attractiveness, being up to date. So these are influencers. So the influence, the word comes from Robert Cialdini's books. The book is 20 years old. How to exert influence, how they act on network. In bio, for example, very nice realization. How they work. Sociopsychologies, they are used by the teams that create humanoid creatures that allure us. They pretend to be friends. They are attractive, externally controlled, very nice for marketing. The increase of virtual influencers' presence, they've always been here. They might have performed regardless the externalities because they are not humans, but behave like humans. They are subject-less images that allure us with the personality. Psychologically interesting because our brain reacts differently than it reacts to Mickey Mouse, which is animated. Fictitious creatures have been with us ever since we started creating culture. But the level of illusion and simulation that we enter into, especially kids, when it comes to social media, it's really great because the response continues. Hypermedia made a research finding that 42% of people, not only children, people less than 35 present in social media do not even realize that there are virtual influencers. Others do. But what is interesting, this truth criterion, whether something is living or fictitious, is of little importance. So there is another problem. When we discover that a child knows that this is artificial, they are not any longer impressed as it used to be and on the millennials generation. Similar things happened with Replica chatbot. You can check it out on replica.ai. In the States, it's pretty popular. There are many warnings against it. There is a fantastic narrative of Eugene Kulda, who lost her friend Roman Mazurenko in an accident, and the data from chat is included in chatbot. There is a documentary. Mommy of Roman says that she's closer than she used to be during life. This is digital transhumanism of Silicon Valley that is pretty popular. This replica has been ameliorated for many years. There is a number of functions. It can be a tutor that develops your personal development, or a romantic partner, or a friend. We have done this research to see intrageneration differences.
You can also enter into a discussion with a chatbot. For millennials, this product doesn't make sense, but for younger generations, for Alpha in particular, it was excellent because it gave hints on favorite games, music. You could boost it or just keep silent if you didn't feel like talking to it. These are the tools that definitely maintain the digital narcissism culture, and we have to be careful about them. This is not about such images as replica, which is the embodiment of artificial intelligence. However, the images of virtual influencers are a problem because it's not always AI but CGI very often. Computer generated image simulating a human, but nothing is behind apart from interesting narrative. The point is about identity issues and ontological status. When you take a look at the most interesting accounts, I wanted you to see the presentation. The visual aspect of my presentation was important. When we take a look at the influencers, it turns out that most of them challenge their status of fictitious personalities. It is interesting to find out who am I? Question from Blade Runner. Perhaps millennials remember the dilemmas that Descartes had. The question, who am I? That's the question about simulation, what is true, what is not. It emerges and can seem entertainment, but for young people it's not. When you take a look at the comments for the influencers, assuming that they are not generated by creators, you can learn there is an ongoing problem with differentiating the representation and the human created content. They uh, live in reality and they can differentiate between what is real and what is not. But the categories of influencers are related to anthropomorphism, hyper reality, and constant presence. When we talked about loneliness, the we find out it becomes more and more important. People experience depression, dissatisfaction. It is again related to Instagram as the leading medium among young girls, young women. The acceptance and the safe sense of safety in interaction with such an artificial being cannot be denied. Every interview mentioned the fact that they wouldn't be evaluated. It satisfies emotional needs. It used to happen that when we want to reach individuals and take a look at numbers, we find out this is amazing. Teenagers, to a certain extent, are aware of this phenomenon, but we have to find out what personalities are popular, let's say on Instagram or TikTok. It used to be related to big brands, big companies willing to enter metaverse, H&M, Puma, which use artificial beings in their campaigns. We know how virtual reality works. Now we are ready for an interaction. It is about simulation, about the culture which wants us to present the content which is approved. It is verified. And very often our kids enter a relationship with something they believe it's real, and it can become their true friend. That's the other side of the story, something that will be excellent for business, scalable, fully controllable, and cheaper than product placement in games or films. Just renting a virtual personality will be easier. When I'm 13, the sense of being appreciated means a lot. And this is something we should start our conversation about. Sorry for the chaos. I was not ready for delivering a speech without presentation. I suppose the images would appeal to your imagination more, but I do hope it was appealing. So if you are interested, just contact me. Thank you. Thank you very much. We do apologize for the lack of the presentation. We promise to share it online so that you can see it and learn more about what Ada has just mentioned. We need to speed up because we started with a delay and we're catching up with the time. I'd like to invite Krzysztof Pijarski, PhD, from the Visual VN Lab for a presentation summarizing VN Lab project. The floor is yours. I'm not sure whether it's a good idea to leave this presentation here because it's flashing, so we'll find out. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you could see me during digital culture and film interactive. I represent Visual Narrative Lab in the school film in Łódź, where we have been exploring different directions for many years now. This is what film and photography could be leading to. Our main area of research and operation is virtual reality. We also explore other areas such as stereoscopy, interactive narratives, digital publications, and film essay as a new medium, or not really a medium, but I'm going to come back to it in a moment. I hope it's working. One of the main objectives or things I want to share with you is about the conference we organized as a summary. We started in 2019 on visual narratives. We invited researchers from all over the world to discuss what we want to do and whether the plans we had made sense. This year we organized a conference summarizing our activity so far. One of the key questions was similar to what Felix Stalder from the University of Zurich asked. He said the following: virtual reality can have three modalities. One is used for escapism, the other for control, and the third one for coexistence. This is the most desired opportunity, but the other two are strongly present in current practice. Escapism is something you could see in books and films, but there are myriads of such fantasies. We escape to the virtual world from reality, which is full of conflicts. We're now in the center of a climate crisis. Control, there are different platforms that want to capture us. And the third modality, the virtual reality, as the space of dialogue between human, non-human, and technological beings. This is what virtual subjects where they dwell. This is the space we're interested in. The two projects we are executing now and are about to finish. They are from VR study by Jacek Nagłowski and Paula Borkiewicz, and they apply to it. They are created through conversation with technological beings, namely AI tools. One is called Conversations by Jacek Nagłowski, I Habitat by Paula Borkiewicz. In these projects, we can see how AI creates the beings. I'm going to leave the presentation because it's going to flash, so it doesn't make sense. Okay, so let's see how it works.
Wśród naszych gości, z którymi weszliśmy w dialog i w interakcję.
We entered a dialogue and interaction with Jana Zielińska from King's College London, Ferg Stalder, Luxgut Funkster, and a visionary who expressed a statement in 2019. He said, "We are the beings
Orientują się w świecie za pomocą
which orient themselves in the world through narrative."
w ogóle
This is
naszej działalności.
the guiding statement of our activity in the lab. Sylvia Rotha from the High School of Film and Television in Munich
Zmieniła uczelnię i jest profesorką
now
zajmującą się sztuczną inteligencją w kontekście
deals with AI in the context of film.
I Domna Banaku,
And Domna Banaku,
badaczką w laboratorium.
who is a researcher in VR laboratory in
Dlatego wspominam
Vienna. I'm mentioning them because I want to refer to the previous presentation about meta-humans, and I also want to point out that I am co-editor of a magazine devoted to virtual space, virtual reality, new visual narratives. There are texts and essays devoted to virtual space in the context of film, empathy. I do recommend it. There is also an article by Piotr Fortuna devoted to Lil Miqueli, the first virtual influencer. This is a summary panel of our conference. Piotr Kajewski and Ryszard Truszczyński. We held a very interesting discussion. And Grzegorz, who is in charge of VR Lab, investigated with us the impact of VR creations on the addressees. That was the integral part of our activity. We entered the area which is not fully discovered, not so well investigated as films, where some aspects have been well investigated, and those who use these media know what language to use. In the case of virtual reality, it's not so obvious. It was confirmed by our research, but I'm going to come back to it in a moment. Just a screen showing one of our Earths presented in Leipzig a month ago. Amazing experience devoted to mourning, grief, control, and relationships with another person. Structured as a tutorial in a game which you enter not knowing which way it's going to follow. This is at least the way I experienced it. It's a kind of opening, amazing experience. That's the issue of Widok, the magazine I mentioned. The photo shows the installation version of Control Negative Experience, which I have just seen. I mentioned VR AR Studio, Jacek Nagłowski and Paula Borkiewicz.
To jest nasz flagowy projekt
This is our
polskiej
flagship
edukacji
project, The Night,
naszych produkcji,
one of
która miała
the
premierę
first
na
productions
Sundance w
with a
21
premiere
roku
at Sundance in
zespołu
2021. We can see that during the next next 2 years it was
rzeczywiście też się dużym
presented during various festivals. It's very popular, we're happy about it. This is the project by Weronika Lewandowska and Cedra Frydrysiak.
Polska premiera właśnie ubiegłego
The
roku
Polish
na
premiere
Horyzonty.
took place during Nowe Horyzonty festival last year, and there were several screenings last year. Another project, which is our identity project, was created by Miłosz Hermanowicz. It's called Deep Dive.
Jest to utwór Cinematic VR, czyli
This is a cinematic VR film or presentation using 3 degrees of freedom.
mową 3D.
It was presented during a festival in France. It had its premiere, shown in VR and stereoscopic mode.
Te projekty były najlepiej zbadane
These projects were best and most thoroughly investigated with the Institute of Psychology of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
wyszło nam przede wszystkim to,
We learned that none of the creations triggers 330 degrees vision, because this is not something we are ready for or we are used to. On the one hand, we can say this is our responsibility as creators, but on the other hand, the body of the viewer immersed in the reality is not ready for it, it's not so free, it is affected by a number of factors. For instance, the body is immobilized by the fact that it can be exposed to others people's view, those who are in the VR goggles and know many people watch them do not feel free to shift to that space. Secondly, there is a group of people willing to explore the space actively, so we were wondering how to construct these projects to trigger a larger field of vision so that the viewers explored the space. It's more difficult in VR than in those following 6 degrees of freedom. This is the team in charge of this project. Paula Borkiewicz supervised it. In the Institute of Contemporary Culture was Michał Babiś-Orzeszyna, in charge of studies on the ethnography of the film site. He investigated the difficulty encountered by creators. It's not possible to discuss it all here within a few minutes, but I have to say we learned a lot, namely how immersive productions vary from film production. Grzegorz Pochatko was in charge of perception psychology tests. There was a person in charge of data analysis and programming, and Wiesław Kopiec from the Polish School of Computer Technologies. He joined the project at the end when we investigated 6 degrees of freedom at the night project due to special software that had to be developed for the motion of the character in space. We carried out studies with the Polish-Japanese school on what creations astronauts want to see. They are shown in the space to diminish the psychological effect of being closed in a tight space. These were typically visions of nature. Following these studies, it turned out they would rather watch art and contemporary VR than forests and open spaces. Very interesting conclusion.
And briefly, I'm going to show you the project that we realized and that are waiting to be premiered. They have been completed, and there is a plethora of them. Control Negative premiered in Leipzig last month. Self is the project you can see here. It's a cinematic VR documentary on depression, beautifully composed. This is Polish premiere, and we have 8 projects that have been realized in the workshop. I'm going to show you visual impressions. Multiverse, Majewski Mleczka. Majewski's project is in competition, if I'm not wrong. A fantastic project about world comprehension, which is a cross-section of multitude of worlds. We are guided by an object, a controller, a mythical object that we interact with. This is the object that navigates the space through, closed by Hanna Umeda. She is dancer and a choreographer, and she reflects upon traditional jutamai, Japanese culture, a dance of women, the only form of art to transmit women's experience. On the one hand, this is a critical perception of the art. On the other hand, it restores its proper form. It was done with a limited number of recipients in tight areas. VR is perfect to create this kind of intimate space of being with the performer. T-City is VR opera by Krzysztof Grudziński, based on Kongoldo's 1920s text, where the main hero goes through Brugia looking for places associated with his deceased wife. He is mourning after. Here there is pandemic Warsaw that is forlorn and transformed into a strange and fascinating performance. A fantastic piece of work. Wish you were here. Another documentary in VR, auto-reflexive by Michał Stankiewicz. This is devoted to a cancer-ill person who faces the death perspective, and the document itself brings us closer to this perspective and questions empathy limits, possibilities, and presence in something like registration of moments and experiences like these. Pilot 911. This is directed by Norman Leto. That shows 11th of September assaults from a non-standard perspective, from the fighter jet cockpit's perspective. The fighter jets were sent out to investigate what was going on. So we experienced the exchange, and we are kind of fly that is inside the pilot's cockpit. It shows VR experience. We are localized. We can move about not too much. We are a compact place, but there is a panorama of New York with 2 towers in fire. It's not about the 11th of September experience, but trauma, perception, and working out. Endless is an experimental performative object in cinematic VR technology. 3 axes or steps of freedom realized by Wojciech Pusia. Starting in 2016, he's been into performative, fluid identity in the process. It's called Endless. In his film version, he employed his collaborative performance, those who perform with him, and he created the maze of the bodies and experiences. The film that should be a part of the exhibition or artistic installation. Simple songs about death. Wieczorek Suprycha from Wrocław, that brings us together to a dead body, a cadaver that we push away from our today's culture, things that we do not want to watch. We try to focus upon other things. So the creator's idea was to accustom us to this based on Orpheus and Eurydice history, reaccustom or become familiar with dead body view, something that is treated by people as the trauma trigger. Creators started last year, but in the context of Ukrainian war, we've seen lots of cadavers on television screens. It's a different dimension now. Self that I told you about. If I have 2 minutes to go, I'm going to show you a number of things related to our activity. Not only are we focused on VR, as I told you, there is interactive narrative. There's been 6 projects, 3 that are not linked here. New Spirit by Laura Powali and Lauren Dubowski, Schools and World, Iga Łapińska-Wajers, and Zarastanie, Overgrowth, and the names you'll find on the beamer will be premiering in the nearest future. Michał Szota, performative project Koniec Zdarzeń, End of Happening. It was happening in a specific time, performed at the request. Not always is this available on the internet. 3 additional products are being produced. They will be out next year. You can see Szkoła Świat, the school world. It's like a full-length documentary film on a school that was created in Chlebiotki village near Białystok. It was 1980s grassroots movement. It was a famous place. Then it went bankrupt. The director was a pupil of the school. Her father built the school and was the headmaster of it. So it's a flashback upon a moment in our reality when it seemed that you can create a better world. I still believe that you can create a better world. We have flashbacks to remember about that. New Spirit, utopian projects. Laura Pavela checked American utopias and utopian narratives of communities of the 19th century. And what brings together different themes of 19th century utopian narratives is brought together here. There was lots of visions of this kind, how to create ideal society in the reality created anew. It's created on homicide. Therefore, these kind of fantasies, how to put it, worth looking at with a critical perception and distance. Zarastanie, overgrowth, is the remembrance location. Landscape change through change of institutions like Selfa mine, not against industry, but it simply shows how it changes the landscape. People are displaced, but their memory stays in the place they used to be. It's Mikołajów, the place that was displaced to arrange a sulfur mine. They had a chance to discuss it, to relate it, to mention how it stays in their memories. Digital publications. We have been actively developing this for many years. We try to create a technological stack for today's digital publications, which will support artistic and scientific publications in open source mode. Film column workshop. The last thing that I'm going to say, it was about looking about film essayists, a new form that has been pushing through and appearing at film festivals. This is the line of thinking that makes you that is food for thought in the laboratory. It's not only film. These conversations and I habitat and other dialogue projects, the latter by Paula Borkiewicz, are AV essays, and our interactive projects are called so. Film essayist workshop. It's a new medium, but a methodology. a line of thinking through images, which is very important, which we want to develop. As a part of this activity, there is Kuba Mikurda, one of the creators of the project, delivers their own Solaris column on book and the film. The 4 competition essays of international nature are being finished. Post-production era. Still moving Aros, Temran Pavlovich, Family Archives, Biographical, Intimate, Non-Duality by Tomasz Węgorzewski, Non-Diversified, Non-Dualistic Approach to the World. We are a unity, we are not separated. Anna Baumgart, Jezioro, the lake, from 5 to 5 to 5 to a 4 by Eliza Wendy. They are going to be out soon, we'll be presenting them. Sumy częściowe by Mohamed Reza Warzada, Partial Sums. It premiered at Berlin Festival. It's screened all over the world. It's been pretty successful. And It's About Time by Mika Bal, a humanist, Madam Professor, that is mainly presented at exhibitions. As a part of this, we have created an essayist and film seminar that brings together 100 people from all corners of the world. There are famous film creators, Johan Grimon Press, Kevin Blee. These are household names. This workshop group created their own film essays, pivoted around a topic or a gesture, essayistic or an archive-based one they discussed. If everything goes well, we'll have the whole essays available. They'll be published as an interactive publication. And to finish off, stereoscopy workshop by Piotr Matysiak, who is a stereographer and operator. Miłosz Hermanowicz, that I mentioned, is a stereographer and researcher that was a part of the project. It was produced by Justyna Rucińska. This is the film that checks the drama potentials of stereoscopy, not effects, but how spatial aspect of film may involve narrative, not only to create space battle effects or big whales that jump at you from the screen, because if we stop at that, it will be Lumiere's era. It was fantastic for the beginning, but you can do much more with this, and the results by Peter are pretty spectacular. This is frame by frame animation done through motion control robot. Owing to this robot, they were able to control the conditions of screening pretty precisely, and they are able to check how different camera settings impact the artistic effect. And we are waiting for the publication that accompanies the film that will premiere at the beginning of next year. So stay tuned. It's all from me. One thing that I want to say, we wouldn't have done it but for the Ministry of Education and Science that financed the project. Regional Excellence Initiative is the project. And we will have the chance to realize the projects in the years to come. Thank you very much indeed, Doctor. And join us in the exhibition area. One of the projects is being presented there. You can become familiar with this. The discussion time. Tokenization of art in metaverse world. Global trends and pioneering activities of Polish companies. Marcin Łunkiewicz from MIMU will be the chair of discussion. Jarosław Fuchs, Deputy President of PKSA, Investment and Private Products Division, Michał Wetoszka, Director of International Settlement Chamber, or Director of Initiatives and Projects, and Bartek Bilicki, CEO, Smart Verum. Good afternoon. What a meeting. Quite nice one. Good afternoon. We've got 30 minutes, so not too much time to beat about the bush. Tokenization, art, and metaverse. It seems to be combined. Tokenization, NFT. NFT means blockchain. We've known NFT quite controversial. In 2021, there was the huge explosion. $3 billion were spent on 2 quarters to buy pictures which had NFT tokens. It's no longer here. Gone with the wind. Tokens stand a chance only when are based on blockchain technology. And blockchain is the future of metaverse. Michał. Blockchain and metaverse. Can you tell us what is blockchain? Hello, it's working. The metaverse question popped out in 1990s. It was science fiction book author that used the notion first, and the title is associated with today's topic, the blizzard. When we look at the technology and metaverse, people will be switching to the virtual world. And there is one notion. It must be the virtual world that is presented in real time so we can exist where we want to be. If we look at the evolution of Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, in 2.0 it is smartphones, apps, and calculative power in the cloud. In 3.0, these are blockchains and AI. From my point of view, if you dismantle it, there are 3 areas. First of which being the virtual area, virtual reality, extended reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, whatever the name you add to this. There's the use aspect, DeFi, and decentralized content, and technological one, blockchain, AI, which is indispensable and inseparable, and 5G. If we look at 5G aspect, we are getting this. We are short of the internet in this palace. This is the element that we live with. Artificial intelligence. We've read lots of articles on its development. You don't have to be a programmer. You can request AI that will create a piece of code for us. And blockchain, something that needs to be divided. We've got lots of blockchain types. Bitcoin technologies, Ethereum, private and public blockchains. In KIR, we focus on these technologies a lot. We want to create a private and sealed-off blockchain, but this is a hybrid because we collaborate with partners, because we believe that safety and security and stability of this solution is very important from our perspective. Blockchain is a number of blocks that is composed into one unit. Nils and ones and digits add up on in order not to falsify the transaction. Excellent.
Right, so we've got blockchain transaction. We are on the safe side. Bartek, NFT. Bartek is a person recognized in the NFT world, tokenizing art for a long time. Could you briefly summarize what NFT stands for? Is it possible? This is a digital object. So, if there is a digital way to describe the concept of an object, that I have something, I'm giving it to somebody, it is assigned to me, it has some attributes, only blockchain can secure it to make it scalable, interoperable. A lot of challenging words were mentioned today. Metaverse or the internet of the third generation are the clusters of challenging technologies, state of the art of human mind, but actually the point is to describe what exists in the real world and to transfer it, render it in the digital world. We need a medium which is quick, simple, easy to use, offering the opportunity to sell something, trade something in the digital world. This is what NFT is necessary for. So, hence the question. Okay, first to you, Bartek, followed by CEO. If we can buy a painting, a real one, painted by an artist and hang it on a wall, why should we buy it today in a digital world with a token assigned, making it possible for us to recognize it as the real one everywhere and all the time? Is it a blip or a permanent change? NFT allows various approaches to the description of the property law. Looking at the Beeple project last year, this is only a digital artist creating digital objects. Every day he was creating various 3D objects. One day he decided to blend them into a mosaic and sold it by $69.4 million at Christie's. He couldn't have done it in a different world. Well, he could also save it on a pen drive and sell it together with a TV. But now it's still available commercially. You can buy it and you can sell it. That's a simple approach. However, we've got the entire tree of such aspects. We can have an object which exists either in the real or in the digital world. If it exists in the digital world, it cannot be touched in the physical world. But if we damage the token, it occurs as a print in the real world. A lot depends on the business and artistic context. It's an element of artistic operation. The Saunicum, at the end of last year, had Paweł Kowalewski's work. Why would we have rather something than nothing? In 1997, it was damaged as a result of flood, but the artist had a photo which gave grounds for a digital rendering such as NFT. Since there is only NFT as the value and physically it does not exist, we understand that this is a natural consequence. There are lots of such examples. Fragmenting Leon Tarasevich's work, which was one of his favorites. He didn't feel like sharing it with anybody. He scanned it and rendered it in 3 different objects. Physically, there is one, but in the digital world, there are 3 with 3 different interventions. Another and completely different example. NFT is a performative and creative medium which inspires creators. I just want to add that I disagree with the statement that NFT does not exist. It does not exist in the format like we sell potatoes. We hear that there's a lot of scam and cheating. Now we focus on high quality products like the one we're going to focus on today. Right. So that's the key question. Distinguished institution a highly recognized brand enters such a risky project, which can be associated with scam. On the other hand, it's art, but still, it's like a minefield. How come did you make such a decision? Was it easy? Was it difficult? Tell us more about it. When I was asked to chair this panel, that was the question that occurred immediately. How come such an institution made such a decision and how it happened? I wouldn't demonize the institution. We are only humans. I didn't hesitate for a single moment whether we should enter this project or not. In my opinion, this is the future which is now created by independent institutions, companies, humans, freelancers. But we can see the world is changing and many market players, many companies get involved in such projects, whether it's NFT or metaverse. The project was not so risky. We created non-exchangeable marketing tokens. The legal environment in which we operate does not let us release NFT to trade. I buy money from one group of people and sell it to another group. That's an easy business in banking. As far as NFT is concerned, it's not risky. In crypto, you can see lots of challenges. Recent examples showed there is no such element providing comfort. NFT is different. It is based on the same technology, but it gives comfort to such traditional institutions like our bank. This is the direction, the trend that we follow. When I met Bartek in a similar conference several months ago, we started discussing doing something together, and hence the idea emerged. Bank PKO SA holds a collection of paintings from Matejko to Wyspiański and lots of other artists. This is one of the elements which can be tokenized. It's like putting everything we have in a catalog. We are also strongly related to the Polish school of posters. Many artists used to create posters which were art. They became a part of our marketing strategy. Many of you might remember matches, Christmas parcels designed by different artists. It was their contact with their fatherland, a link, a bond that helped them function abroad. I didn't have any doubts because I think this is the future and we will not be able to escape it. We were only wondering how to develop it. If we don't do it, someone else will do it instead of us. Why a bank? Our clients perceive a bank as a stable financial institution, as an institution of trust. If I have the opportunity to offer a product which is a platform or a financial instrument based on NFT or blockchain, our clients won't be looking for the product broadly on the internet, or they won't purchase it on a platform, not guaranteeing their security, but they will do it via their bank. The banks have changed because the financial conditions have changed. Traditional businesses are parallel to the modern world. If we buy bus tickets or pay for car parks through our banking apps. They are going to be hubs where clients will be able to use financial services, buy a car, buy a vehicle, buy holiday, anything. And NFT guarantees security, but the young people, teenagers, adolescents who enter the world of adults have become and will be our clients in the future. I know that if I don't propose anything interesting now, I will lose them sooner or later. I must keep them from the beginning to the end. Gosh, that sounds serious. Michał, over to you. Can your blockchain be suitable for buying and selling NFTs? The story with blockchain started in 2016, and during one day 4 million clients got e-documents secured on blockchain. Blockchain is the future. We made a step forward. We were not sure which way it would go, so we decided to create a kind of blockchain sandbox, working with FinTech Poland, UKNF and Siberian Foundation. We encountered a technological barrier. I went through NFT purchase process. It took me a long time to go through all the portfolios. If somebody wants to start their adventure with blockchain, they do not need to place the entire technology, because we as an institution focus on private blockchains as well. But we go a step forward. We have just completed the concept of creating not so much a token, but something that will help us make a digital asset of any object. We do not focus on art only, but we know there are myriads of such solutions around the points or stickers we collect to exchange them for goods. This is printing, queuing at cash desks. When you use mobile apps, you can exchange them remotely based on digital assets, because as Bartek said, you can digitalize anything you want. We have completed a series of training on blockchain, and last but not least, there is building of the national blockchain system. We take a broad approach to the market, so we want to make the blockchain available. We believed it's going to eliminate lots of technological and legal barriers. Bartek, from your perspective. Moving on and discussing art rather than technology, can you say there is a genre, stream, direction which is easier for tokenization, or we're like a patron? It's like a new generation which digitalizes the art and earns on it. So some ideas, what to buy, what not to buy. Nobody has described it yet, so thanks very much for this very interesting question. You can tokenize anything, but as far as the art of the past is concerned, there is always the question whether this is the direction they want to follow. I don't want to say it doesn't make sense. In the case of what we did with Rafał Bujnowski, Rafał participated in such creation. There was another project. It was treated as an excellent opportunity to enliven the posters to animated form. There are lots of projects which are based on Paul Cézanne or Picasso or Meta Rembrandt, the late artists' projects. It's about a digital museum. It's about tokenizing the digital art. So the easiest way is to tokenize the digital world, the digital art. In art, we talk about intermedia art. If somebody creates things digitally, it's the component of copyright cannot be described, or it's not very complicated for description. We can focus on what sells better. We know that it's about futurology. Some people which refers to cryptocurrency, Elon Musk. Is it the exponent? Is it the determining factor? I think it's not. This is where it all starts. You mentioned animated images. It seems quite natural when we talk about NFT and digital. Can you imagine a situation in which you tokenize the VR experience, the metaverse world, which is a work of art, not of a format, but a space containing various components. Can you imagine it? Sure, spaces were tokenized, VR was tokenized, films were tokenized, some non-published scenes from Pulp Fiction were tokenized, so it's hard to find anything that has not been tokenized. Cristiano Ronaldo, Porsche, Anthony Hopkins, these are the latest creations. As far as the form is concerned, Art Info, in collaboration with Tomasz Górnicki, tokenized a work of art which was embossed in bronze, removed from the commercial market, but it still exists in NFT. It costs 300,000 zlotys, which is quite good. You can watch it in the Silesian Museum in Katowice, but you cannot buy it. Lots of opportunities. Only the creativity is the limit. Sometimes these are not only digital images. You can sell NFT which does not have a component of an image at all. It can be a 3D object, an image. We know controversial creations such as the act of dividing Doda's body in a virtual world.
Happening more often, so I see. So we can tokenize everything. So the question is, to you, if we can tokenize virtually anything, if we can tokenize virtual realities in the worlds that are and will be created in new platforms, isn't this a direction for you? It's a question about the future. What do you want to do in the future? How do you imagine this future? Isn't this a kind of direction? It's a kind of cliched to have a virtual gallery. It's been in space for quite some time. I'm speaking of virtual world, not a gallery, but a world you can do different things in that can be tokenized. It can be beautiful, even if utilitarian, can be work of art. Anything or contrary, nothing. What kind of plans for future do you have? For sure. What we've done until now, unique project, POP gallery in Eska World, this is just the first step. If we say that we can tokenize anything, we can tokenize, create investment and financial products. I imagine this world, the Web 3.0 or metaverse, works alongside the actual world, where we have the same mechanisms. There'll be exchange, people can buy things, they can go to a concert, they can do lots of different things, and money is needed for that. What kind of money is that? We don't know. SK created their own money. Will it be sustained? Will it operate in the future? We shall see. But I believe it will be there. There is a number of metaverses, few hundreds of metaverses. Probably they'll be unified. If you unify them, it will be like currency. You've got Polish zloty, euro, or dollars. In any metaverse, there might be a different currency. We as banks, financial institutions, will be able to trade, to bank on it. Fantastic. I do realize that, well, it's going to develop pretty fast, like 2 years horizon. So in 2 years' time, we'll need to be ready to propose young people, and we are speaking about the younger generation, I think, a set of tools, kind of money that they can use there. Financial transactions or currency exchange, purchase of an investment product, including investment product that is not represented in real world. I realize that instruments that we cannot see now are being created. We'll never see them, I believe. Looking at this world, there are millions, hundreds of thousands of different instruments. There'll be much more of that. De facto, this is an unlimited space. JP Morgan opened the first virtual division. It's more of a marketing one. It's not POP, but this is the gallery. We start with art there. Unique project. Carrera, 25 years of private banking. A beautiful project. We are going to show tokenized products. POP gallery will change. Division, I don't know, because we think this is a building, the place we go into. But the question is, who's been in bank recently? 1 or 2, 3, 4% of people. We do that on tablet, on your PC. Physical places, there'll be less of them, fewer of them. So it's natural to go to virtual worlds. I can see beautiful offer because I'll be banking lots of money on you being the clients of Metaverse, operate there. you meet your friends, you do your business. There is a bank, a financial institution that helps with many things. True, you cannot do things without banks. A wonderful vision, we like it very much. So the question goes to Michał. Is it possible from technological point of view? I believe in that, but I had a conversation with a man who said the ramp up of calculative powers is too slow to make it global. I have no idea about it. That's the question. Do you think it's possible? Can we create an alternative world that is virtual, that cuts us off 100%? This will be phygital, combination of physics and digital. This will be combined. Technologically, it's possible, but we need some time. We need to look at the costs of this solution. We know how long we've been developing, struggling to develop 5G, and some people are still creating new version of internet access. If this real-time rendered content, we know that everybody's using some kind of glasses. It's difficult to imagine using these goggles when going in the street. It would be comical. Sitting at the table, quantum computers are entering the market. There'll be a quantum leap technology in technology. Computers also are proponents of this, but there is one most important aspect. In metaverse, what President said and Bartek said, digital identity, we cannot forget about it. We are anonymous. Nobody knows who's wearing my goggles borrowed. There are avatars moving about. In order for the president to earn a lot of money, colleague to sell lots of images, well, sometimes it's good to be anonymous. Sometimes you need to know who is who. There are many aspects that have not been regulated legally wise, business wise. Not only technology is the barrier. There is an impediment, but the impediment easy to overcome, it may turn out. It's good news. I'm very happy. Let me add, legal ambience is the greatest problem. We can cope with technology. You need to break barriers in the heads of many people when it comes to these regulations, to make it easier for all parties of transactions. But we cannot limit the operation, the freedom of operation, of functioning, of choice. I'm a proponent of metaverse being public, and the state should oversee metaverse, should be treated like infrastructure, roads or similar, because Internet 2.0 and social media associate, Cambridge Analytica and others, in the case of metaverse, consequences might be much more serious. Bartek, speaking about arts, how do you imagine future? What do I imagine this? What do I see it? I put my glasses on, but they may project different non-existing things. They're just projections, and the world becomes more beautiful. The system analyzes how I feel. It renders real time, the more beautiful world. It impacts me in a positive way. This is what I feel. Do you imagine the world in a similar way? The virtual world on the one hand that I'm speaking about, and how to reconcile with artificial intelligence that renders things in actual world versus creators that created. There is, for example, GPT-3 chat gate, the chat that is able to write lots of things, but there is a discussion, profound discussion on, I don't know whether it was DALI or the other image generating platform. American creators charge the platform owners for theft of owners' rights, of proprietary rights. How do you imagine the world if you believe the world to be real-time generated? What's the impact on proprietary rights? As a series of books. Well, the world is changing. We cannot stop it. Every day we learn about innovations. We know that curve of innovations is too steep to harness it, to protect it sociologically and similar. I can see risks. Technically, technologically, lots to do. We can see creativity thriving among artists, selling NFT works of art without physical movement of a physical one that you had to pay. It's a step ahead. Artificial intelligence. I'd be worried and not worried. There are artists who can describe, who can move about. Some of them give up on that because clicking up a portrait or any landscape from 3 hashtags in 3 different variations or variants, just a few minutes, it might be pissing off for the artist that artificial intelligence has got talent. It will be developing. Artists keep telling stories, the depth. Let me give you an example of Last Supper. I generated Cyberpunk and Last Supper. Stylistically, it was a nice presentation. We're short of all the apostles. And there are 2 instances of Jesus. It was not all about artificial intelligence, short of conceptual issues. Not only will you be interested in buying what humans have created, investing into art is a form of giving the artist the possibility to perform their job. This is what we are interested in. And there are competitions like Midjourney where artificial intelligence wins. Controversial. Well, it was not forbidden in the regulations, so allowed. So we'll be observing different unprecedented situations. The content generating algorithms are based on piracy. They learn on what was created. If we speak about ChatGPT, that can direct me in creating a software. It can create an essay or arrange a song in reggae style because this is what I requested. The algorithms that generate visual content, it was learned. It had learned on human creation of human culture. Somebody wrote an article. Somebody did the painting. So proprietary rights. Well, it's controversial. I used to write an article all night. An algorithm has learned, and now it uses some of my sentences. Some employees in the organizations of the future will be replaced by artificial intelligence. That's the way it is. We need to reconcile with it and use it for the benefit of the humanity. Right, I agree with you. Thank you very much. To wrap it up, I've got a feeling we are sitting here and we agree that metaverse will be there. The president says in 2 years' time, keep your word and keep my fingers crossed for the money. Thank you for the meeting and I hope to see you. Thank you very much. It goes to the speakers and those who are sitting on the panel. 12:45. We are back on the schedule. Dr. Materska-Samek, Chair of Economics of Media and Advertisement of Jagiellonian University, who will be asking Isabella Banas, Deputy Director of the Analysis and Strategies of Polish Entrepreneurship Development Agency, Marta Modzielewski, Creative Europe Desk Poland, with Creative Europe Program, and Julia Dębicka from DC Centrum, VR Incubator. And this is on interdisciplinary project with the use of XR technology. Grant programs included. Ladies, the floor is yours. Checking, mic check. The previous panel was male only, this one is ladies only. I'm so happy because there needs to be equality. The gentleman said that we'll be seeing each other in metaverse, but how can we reach this point? These are the questions that pertain to our panel because it discusses all the interdisciplinary steps. We need to get finances, how it works, and therefore we've got outstanding milieu of people sitting on the panel. You deal with analysis, Isabella Banash, who deal with research in Polish Agency for Entrepreneurship Development. Ms. Samek checks where it develops, and Julia supervises new incubated projects that test it all. So my question is, Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, which projects lead us? What's there in the metaverse for entrepreneurs, for agencies that support them? What's most important? We are sorry the mic is not on. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot hear the speaker. We do apologize for any inconveniences. Is it working now? Let me repeat. I'm not as optimistic as the four speakers. Metaverse will be developing. We'll be experiencing virtual world more and more. It won't happen 2 years' time that we'll be immersed in metaverse so deep. What I'm saying is based on my experience with relations with entrepreneurs and program we are in. We may not be concentrating on technologies, immersive technologies, but we look at Polish companies being digitized, and this is not an optimistic picture. There are sectors where the change is fast, like the financial sector, that is well developed when it comes to digital technologies. And there are areas where entrepreneurs cannot see that digitization pertains to them. We collaborate with small micro companies, and this research is alarming because we know that digitization is the future, but one in two entrepreneurs believe that this is not something for them. And we are not speaking about VR technologies, but simple digitization of a company. There are different reasons for that, but we need to do our homework before VR technologies arise. And I do not want to preach doom and gloom. The world is changing really fast. And realizing any digitization programs, we can see great interest of entrepreneurs. We can see that even smallest initiatives of ours are very much welcome, which is a positive thing. But still, we can see competence gap the area to do our homework in, how to educate people, how to show what is worthy for entrepreneurs, how to make digital transformation in companies efficient, because many entrepreneurs do not know what to do and they work ad hoc, which is difficult to integrate. This is the area to explore for the science and administration.
There is a risk of development according to two rates. The first ones, which are developed, use new technologies, will become better, and those who have some concerns and won't be using it, well, the question is, will they survive? Will there be place for them in the future world? And some of them will have to abandon the market. So there's the need to support entrepreneurs and convince them to develop, to grow in this area. That's true, but that's not only for the Polish Academy or Agency of Entrepreneurship Development, but for other institutions that have a lot to do. So the question to Martha, Creative Europe was among the programs which noticed VR first and started its interest in it from the artistic point of view. What is Creative Europe approach to VR? What do you want to use it for? You can hear me now, I hope. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just to introduce the topic, I want to say that, first of all, I agree with you that the world has been changing rapidly. Creative Europe, which is the EU program, has been supporting European creators from the very beginning, and it tries to prepare them for functioning internationally so that their art does not deviate from the current trends. All these statements related to VR, blockchain, immersive reality are those that occur in the projects. As far as VR is concerned, this is the area which occurs in the media component of Creative Europe. It is addressed to the audiovisual sector. We have the support for film makers, film producers, who implement non-linear format projects, but also for video game producers. And it's going to be effective in up to 2027. It's open for XR studies as far as development of immersive projects is concerned. I can share the initial results of the competitions implemented last year. As far as gaming area is concerned, the VR has become more popular in projects, though it's still not a dominant tool. But video game producers and developers prefer reaching for traditional tools. And the beneficiaries include Polish companies from different parts of Poland. So we would like to congratulate them on receiving the financing. As far as the film area is concerned, we do have certain achievements. It was implemented during the previous program. It received support. And as a result, a series of videos were created about using VR, a human with a camera, implemented by central distribution. That was the project based on essays. There was an essay authored by one of the best-known footage artists. He said that everything which is recorded with a camera is more valuable than what we see with the naked eye. I just want to add to finish, because I don't want to take the floor too long. There is an area where this project is implemented. These are workshops addressed to people who want to develop their skills in this direction, not only VR, but also augmented and mixed reality. There was VR Days Europe conference, European Creators Lab, and Biennale di Venezia also organized such a training. The creators could consult their projects with experts and learn more how to create the storytelling. So that's just briefly, but there are plenty of areas. Right, because VR started with games, with videos, and here we're reaching new projects. I think Julia can share her experiences and say what projects are born in the VR incubator. Just to start, I would like to say we support entrepreneurs and culture institutions in obtaining financing for new technologies development. We do it in a comprehensive way, starting with concept through to indicator monitoring. As a business environment institution, we created our own incubator. We are about starting a new one. Under VIA Incubator, we carry out a program supporting entrepreneurs who use new technologies and innovation to grow their businesses. I'm very happy to see such opportunities. During this festival, we had an opportunity to meet one of our incubated entities about to show their film. I would like to tell you how we have been introducing the immersive technologies into financing applications. We can identify three areas here. The first one being culture, followed by medicine oriented towards rehabilitation and fitness. So this is the sports aspect. And last but not least, there was industry. Let me point out that in reference to culture, initially we included immersion technologies as part of project promotion. They were virtual walks or tours which showed the project results, for instance, renovation of some historical monuments. During the virtual tour, you could see the result. Another concept attracting numerous audience was related to video mapping, a historical building which was renovated, and it was about showing its history. They referred to digitalization of monuments. mobile ones, such as sculptures, or digitalization of library resources. You can see the advantage of immersive technologies in the access. So manuscripts or literature pieces cannot be shared physically, but owing to such technologies, it's possible. Referring to rehabilitation, I would like to say we participated in creating a virtual rehabilitation specialist project. Using VR and motion capture, it was possible to rehabilitate the patient at home using motion controller and optic observation system. The rehabilitation specialist, based on data and observation, could supervise, control rehabilitation procedures, which was a breakthrough technology. Another project which included this technology was the VR fitness, addressed principally to gyms. It enabled physical exercise during sports games. These examples responded to the pandemic reality, and yet again the advantage was highlighted, showing that such activities were continuously possible during isolation. I would like to mention a project which we support under incubation. It supports surgeons during operations owing to augmented reality and goggles. The physician has real-time access to patient documents or the anatomy of the patient operated on. It is significant as it eliminates the issue of sterility. The control takes place through gestures. There is no contact with the screen or display, and consequently, it matters a lot. Referring to industry, I would like to give the last example. We developed a project for a company who has machinery, and the project was about emergency repairs of machines. We were able to eliminate physical arrival of service staff owing to virtual goggles and using virtual cursors to show exactly where the failure had occurred and what has to be done to repair or to reactivate the machine. It's hard to compare it with a telephone conversation or video conversation because the accuracy was much higher in the applied solution. Referring to what the previous speakers said, I want to say we are fully aware of that many institutions have a skeptical approach, but we can see the changes, that they find it attractive and indispensable. Right. We often hear that VR in the B2B has expanded, has gained popularity, it reduces costs, time related to transport, training. It can replace some processes related to virtual stage decorations or effects. However, B2C has more drawbacks as a sector. In your opinion, to what extent will the interdisciplinary projects contribute to popularization, dissemination of VR? What do your institutions do in this respect? We know that Creative Europe offers such training, but mainly for businesses, right? Yes, for the audiovisual business to strengthen the sector's capacity. But there is another model in the media component addressed to startups and hence organizations which want to develop different tools considering audiovisual platforms which would develop their skills, and hence artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain can be used. There are no limitations, only the imagination is the limit. So the program mainly operates in the creative audiovisual sector and culture. Right, I think the immersive technologies have grown popular, including medicine related to physiotherapy and therapies in general. We can see it when we support business people who come to us with proposals for new projects. In medicine, there are plenty of them. We can undergo various therapies related to phobias or some psychological aspects. It grows rapidly, develops rapidly, but there is also the impact of AI for diagnosing. The pandemic accelerated the process when we had access to difficult access to health services. The products were developed faster. Implementing them requires a number of tests, and they have quite significant entry barriers. They cannot be introduced quickly, and hence it will take time to make it available for everybody. However, some of these products are already available in the Polish market as well. VR is strongly related to IGR. It penetrated well-being, health and sports, and when will VR fill all the areas related to climate and environmental protection? Has it already been happening that virtualization of the process helps us recalculate whether it is more profitable to come to Warsaw or watch it online? How will virtualization occur to be most profitable for us, for entrepreneurs? That's a difficult question. That's a challenge to answer it. Now, we have a number of apps enabling monitoring different aspects. We can monitor traffic intensity, air pollution. We can monitor lighting and adapt it to our needs. That's pivotal in the context of climate changes, as it helps us manage our resources well. It's going to grow whether we penetrate into virtual worlds. It will happen, but not so fast. However, we will.
Everybody's got a virtual twin. So there's a question. How much, owing to interdisciplinary project, can we check? How much can we go into the depths of metaverse? How much should we stay in reality? Because these projects should check where the barrier is. Where is the immersion? so that we can live the most comfortable life. What are the threats of metaverse? There is one person missing, somebody who is scientifically involved in these. But we need to realize that in teams that new technologies create have sociologists and psychologists. They indicate the threats delivered by technologies, and there are many threats. If they are used for psychotherapy, they act both ways. So kind of informed reaching out for the tools is very important. So the projects that are being created, do they base on legal, ethical order of the world? Because it's a huge question mark whether the same principles operate in metaverse as the ones in the real world. What is feasible, what is not feasible, what are behavioral scripts, and the question of operating the space that is available. Juvenile, those of age, those from different cultural milieus. It's a very interesting topic in relation to our operation in metaverse, and there are no projects of this type. What do you think about this, ladies? These are scientific projects that are ongoing at the moment. It's hard for me to speak about them because I am into programs targeted at entrepreneurs, but this happens in scientific milieus. Discussions for certain. Testing a creation of orders, we are far from that. What is your opinion on coverage of this when it requires to be tested to safely use metaverse immersion for the benefit of creators, new creators, startups? Which areas have not yet been investigated? It's hard for me to say. It's a hard question because metaverse is omnipresent, but still we need to wait the direction it will be going. What are the topics discussed? In this respect, we do not have any results. But this is the task for creators to ask difficult questions. The program is there. This is a European program. It needs to be a part of a framework. As we're speaking about ecology, ecological activities come high on the top of the list. It's a predominant topic, but more of the creative project for these activities to be taken into consideration. What is done in a company on day-to-day basis by each and every one of us, like waste segregation and similar, so that they are included and in production, in project team that is involved, so that these segregation elements and carbon footprint minimization, it's already there. Speaking about topics, we need to wait because we have received last year's competition results, and I'm pretty interested because these are companies, some of them specialize in VR. Classical narrative, or will there be some kind of educational transmission attached to this? Education element is important. Technology, immersive and traditional ones, may not be mutually exclusive but mutually complementary. Education is most important. So in this scope we train on availability of VR technologies, and it goes to different sectors. There might be some kind of area for VR technology, and we want to indicate where they are justified and where they provide too big a danger. One more question. We speak about VR accompanied in the milieu that is interested in technology, that's familiar. So, kind of controversial question, how niche is this when we look at entrepreneurs and creators? Incubator projects. Quite possibly not everybody is interested. This may not be a mainstream. How much is this one of many development areas, research areas? How much of a hype is that we are in at the moment? Quite possibly this might be the beginning of mainstream technology in culture, in medicine, in real estate, construction, in some kind of production activities, amongst entrepreneurs. It's a rising star. So we'll be trying to support the development of all these products associated with broadly defined with immersive technologies. The panel was supposed to be about money, so let me tell you what kind of finances you can use. What kind of technologies you want to develop under. We are in a difficult moment. One financial perspective, money finished, and we are going to use more financial resources from European Union money. If you are entrepreneurs and you think about setting up a company, a sole proprietorship, there's quite a lot of money to develop these technologies. No matter which phase of development you are, in the future perspective, we shall continue our acceleration and incubation programs. So incubation in Eastern Poland, acceleration, that is combination with big target clients in all corners of Poland, will be the thing. Not only do we think about general but sectoral acceleration, I cannot promise you dedicated programs for immersive technologies. But when we look at entrepreneurs, immersive technologies are of great interest, so there'll be money to develop these products. But when we speak about companies that are already in the market for a long time, they have research and development of business activities. In the first queue, we can launch money under the first axis of European Union programs for cutting-edge economy. Then these are billions of euros entrepreneurs can use for the projects of this kind. Projects that make it possible to enjoy end-to-end company development, because this is the research and development money on the one hand. On the other hand, implementation of R&D and digitization modules, or green economy, or internationalization of a company will be developed. Pretty comprehensive projects with great finances. So think about companies and products developments based on EU money. Thank you, because I understand that there is no specific allocation, so this is redistributed when compliant with our national smart technologies. So we need to be in line with specialization. So what kind of projects have been dominant at the end of this program when we speak about the projects pertaining to immersion and VR? It's not like the majority of the projects that they finance are immersive ones. I cannot confirm that, but there are very innovative projects, and as I said, normally these projects relate to medical sector, physio, construction sector, real estate business sector, broadly defined marketing. There are products of this kind too. But these are selected sectors, single projects, and I hope in the future perspective there'll be more of them. So it paves the way. Creative Europe. When we look at the whole program budget, immersion, where is this compared to other areas? What are the predominant ones? This year's budget is pretty much higher, 2.4 billion euro, if I remember well. And I don't know what is the percentage. If I were to indicate immersion and digitalization and technology in general terms, but there's lots of money. There is open call for proposal. Next year there are competition times. If there are AV producers, XR developers of video games, this is the place to get finance for development or for production. There are different possibilities for immersive projects. This has not changed. Film area, depending on the scheme you choose, this can be 60,000 euros up to 500,000 euros, depending on the type and whether you meet the criteria. Let's not talk about the criteria today. Look at our website, get in touch with me and our team. There are many possibilities, and goes to Julia. How has it become for the incubator to become VR incubator? Was it VR or VR incubator? Your specialization, where it comes from. You can say that it was simultaneous. We got EU money to create the incubator, and we're referring to intelligence and smart specialization. We also analyzed the area. We were creating the incubator it's in Wielkopolska near Poznań. This is the seat of incubator. When the concept was being created, we chose two areas for VR to be best developed, best aligned. These were modern interiors for architects, something that was mentioned before in previous presentations. Just like IKEA presenting their spaces, we are also in the middle of preparing a prototype for services for architects to make it more attractive for consumers. And the second area, medicine. And the area associated with psychotherapy, phobia treatment. Institutions that specialize in this have been our collaborators, so that incubation or incubator area are best used for therapy, and the equipment that we have been amassing. It was devised at the same time, joint and attractive, coherent, attractive for the area we were developing the incubator in. And you were in line with smart specialization. You base on local potentials. Round of applause. We've got money. Money will be available in the nearest time. We've got potentials. What is missing for the Polish VR market that we need to delve into? What should be supplemented? Is this courage? Courage for certain it is. It is important. Polish entrepreneurs are short of courage. Competences is the second question that we are speaking about. We should be fighting for these. When we speak about courage and competences, we can tell you about things that we pulled through. There is an area of game development that has been thriving in Poland, and we are the 7th in the ranking of game producers in Poland. We fall behind US or China, but this is the sector that grows fast. Like 30% a year. 12,000 people were working in this game production sector, and pandemics had a great impact. It shifted us in front of computers and consoles. In the previous years, we could see the sector thriving. We all know that one or just a few big companies have a share of the market. It's few hundred small creators that make their studios in Poland. This is the sector that is based on Polish capital here in Poland. It's been developing dynamically. I keep my fingers crossed for that, and I hope it will be developing intensely. I can just confirm it when it comes to results. Poland is ranked among top 5. These projects are well prepared, and many well-known titles have been co-financed. This business sector has been vibrantly developing. We keep our fingers crossed for it. And yes, I have a feeling that we've got a brand. We've been recognized. They say Poland, they say, oh, there are specific players. It will be more interesting. Immersive also. How much is the Polish game sector the one giving the space for other immersion areas to develop? All the best specialists have been sucked out or will have been sucked out from the market. There'll be nothing left for animation, because everybody will go there to do some earning. They'll be the biggest projects. And you can well work on the world's top level. Is there room for any other areas that are in the peripheries or neighboring to this business sector? There is this space, and it's huge space for scientific units, and this science unit has started to respond to the market demands. It pops out just like mushrooms after the rain to see new lines of studies, not only for programmers, but for designers, artists, I don't know, script writers. writers or artists that are needed to create games, but not only games, so that our immersive technologies develop. It's great that we have more and more specialists in need. Let's put stronger accents on getting more of them, to train them, to teach them at our universities.
Summing up, games are not only a cradle, but also the driving engine of Polish VR. Is it the right statement? Yes, everybody believes it is like that. Right, so it's time to say thank you. If there are any questions from our audience, we'll be very happy to answer them because we have 2 minutes left. We heard about some areas where studies, research developed. Was there an area of the elderly and demographic issues? We know that the number of elderly people is going to grow. They're going to be lonely. Does technology respond to such challenges? In the context of the elderly, I could indicate rehabilitation, but I reckon you mean something beyond medicine. Right, there are such ideas to link them through virtual reality. Their mobility can be limited because of their age, and hence new technologies become handy because they eliminate such needs. So definitely you are right. And referring to the therapy, these are like slogans, but there is more into them. It can be an experience not only of the elderly, but of anybody to experience something that is challenging in the real world. You use the goggles to select spaces, environment, and it contributes to relaxation, improves well-being, improves the mood. It can satisfy the needs that are not satisfied in any other way. If there aren't any more questions, Pavel? For instance, do not. I'm not in touch with the games, but I can tell more about simulators. It's not only about highly specialized equipment, but about truck simulators you can use to teach future drivers how to drive. We heard about simulators for crane operators or for operators of specialized equipment, but 6 months ago I had a project to create a structure for a truck head, so one-to-one model transferred into virtual reality. So it's like a driving engine, but for augmented reality, because they are similar. Commerce is doing well in Poland, and this is an opportunity for many companies, including furniture ones, because they invest in various apps. They invest in having this component in their range, so it's developing very well in Poland. I can only confirm such an application in transport. One of the companies we incubate is a transport company under the training in VR technology. They mention training, which is one aspect, but also how to relax during breaks using VR. So this is the topic we discuss and develop for a transportation company. So it's time to close this panel according to the schedule. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break soon, but those willing to put their feet up to relax, I would like to invite Julia from Mindy to present Mindy Up, something that helps us relax our brains.
Dziękuję bardzo za to przedstawienie. Ja jestem Julia, przyjechałam do Was ze startupu Activi i Mindy, a naszą misją jest ogólny well-being jednostek i pracowników. Naszą przygodę zaczęliśmy od aplikacji Activi, która ma za zadanie dbać o nasze zdrowie fizyczne, ale później stwierdziliśmy, że potrzeba czegoś więcej, żeby o to zdrowie tak naprawdę zadbać holistycznie i tak powstała aplikacja Mindy, której dzisiaj będziecie mieli okazję zasmakować. Mindy od launchu aplikacji do teraz przez 1,5 roku stworzyło narzędzie, które pomaga nam zrozumieć nasze myśli, emocje i pomaga nam tak naprawdę zasnąć, zrelaksować się w trudnych sytuacjach. Przez ten czas nawiązaliśmy współpracę lektorską na przykład z Krystyną Czubówną czy Piotrem Frączewskim, a nasze treści merytoryczne tworzymy z 40 trenerami, coachami, psychoterapeutami, psychiatrami, którzy pomagają nam stworzyć te kursy i różne treści. Mindy to takie trzy główne sekcje merytoryczne. Pierwsza z nich to mindfulness, którego właśnie dzisiaj będziecie mieli okazję zaznać. Od czego tak naprawdę Mindy się zaczęło. I mindfulness to taka chwila zatrzymania się tu i teraz, zrelaksowania się w naszym zabieganym świecie. W tej sekcji znajdziecie wiele medytacji prowadzonych przez trenerów, ale to też ćwiczenia oddechowe czy zrozumienie samego siebie. Kolejną sekcją jest rozwój i wsparcie, czyli wszystkie treści tworzone we współpracy z coachami, psychoterapeutami. To są kursy, które pomagają nam trochę zrozumieć swoje myśli, wspomagają nasze relacje zarówno ze samym sobą, jak i z innymi osobami. I ostatnia sekcja to sen i relaks i tam znajdziecie wszelkiego rodzaju relaksacje, treści, nagrania, które właśnie są prowadzone przez wspomnianych wcześniej lektorów Piotra Frączewskiego czy Krystynę Czubównę, czytanki, które nam pomogą zasnąć, ale także całą sekcję muzyki, którą możemy wykorzystywać albo przed snem, albo w momentach trudności ze skupieniem. Na sam koniec chciałam jeszcze dodać, że jeżeli będziecie zainteresowani po tej krótkiej medytacji dalszym eksplorowaniem Mindy, będę stała przy drzwiach i z chęcią dam Wam zniżki, dzięki którym będziecie mogli wypróbować naszą aplikację przez 31 dni za darmo, a jeżeli Wam się spodoba, to przedłużyć ten okres z zniżką 20%. A teraz już kończę i zapraszam wszystkich do relaksacji. Dziękuję.
To jeszcze zanim zaczniemy, tylko krótka organizacyjna informacja. Mamy do godziny 14 czas, porelaksujcie się trochę, później zapraszamy na lunch i o 14 wracamy tutaj na kolejne spotkanie na temat metaversum. Do zobaczenia za chwilę.
Siedząc wygodnie i swobodnie, uświadom sobie swoje otoczenie. Skieruj wzrok gdzieś na przedłużeniu linii oczu, miękko obejmując uważnością przestrzeń, w której się znajdujesz. Upewnij się, że Twój kręgosłup jest wyprostowany. Ułóż ręce tak, aby było Ci wygodnie. Jeśli masz ochotę, połóż dłonie na udach i skieruj je wnętrzem do sufitu, rozluźniając nadgarstki. Zrelaksuj barki, ramiona, przedramiona, śródręcze, i wszystkie palce dłoni. Uświadom sobie teraz przyjemny ciężar ciała. Poczuj, w jaki sposób dociążasz prawą i lewą stronę ciała i zadbaj o równowagę. Przenieś teraz uwagę na oddech. Poczuj jego drogę w ciele. Poczuj wdech na czubku nosa. Poczuj, jak powietrze przepływa przez drogi oddechowe i z wydechem wraca aż po czubek nosa. Postaraj się zaangażować przeponę. Poczuj subtelny ruch żeber i w naturalnym dla ciebie rytmie spokojnie oddychaj, nabierając teraz powietrza nosem i wypuszczając ustami. Powoli, łagodnie zamknij oczy, przenosząc uwagę do wewnątrz. Jeżeli pojawiają się jakiekolwiek myśli lub doznania, pozytywne czy negatywne, bądź z tym, co jest. Obserwuj płynny, naturalny rytm wdechu i wydechu. Poczuj, jak każdy wdech dodaje ci energii, a wydech przynosi odprężenie i ukojenie. Przypomnij sobie intencje tej medytacji i oddychaj z każdym wydechem, uwalniając się od wszelkich stresów i napięć, które mogą kumulować się w ciele. Jeśli rozpraszają cię jakiekolwiek myśli, po prostu wracaj uważnością do obserwacji oddechu. To normalne, że umysł może być rozbiegany. Obserwując oddech, poczuj, jak myśli zaczynają przepływać w twojej głowie niczym chmury na niebie. Staraj się nie skupiać na żadnej z nich. Pozwól, aby oddech swobodnie przepływał przez ciało i w żaden sposób go nie blokuj. Płynny, spokojny wdech. Płynny, spokojny, relaksujący wydech. Niczym przypływ i odpływ. Poczuj, jak umysł dostraja się do tego rytmu. Wyobraź sobie, jak cały twój organizm ogarnia przyjemna fala relaksu. Z wyprostowanym kręgosłupem i uważnością skierowaną do wewnątrz, przeskanuj całe swoje ciało, od czubka głowy aż po krańce palców dłoni i stóp. Energia podąża za uważnością. Tam, gdzie odczuwasz największe napięcia, staraj się kierować oddech. Wyobraź sobie, że oddychasz w te miejsca. I z każdym wydechem odpuszczaj wszelki stres, który może się tam kumulować. Swobodny wdech i odprężający wydech. I jeszcze raz. Swobodny wdech i odprężający wydech. Pozwól sobie na głęboki odpoczynek. Z kolejnym oddechem wróć do wdechu, nabierając powietrza nosem i wydechu, wypuszczając również nosem. Zostań w tej spokojnej i bezpiecznej przestrzeni tak długo, jak jeszcze potrzebujesz. I kiedy poczujesz się gotowa lub gotowy, uświadom sobie ponownie swoje otoczenie. Upewnij się, że twój kręgosłup jest nadal wyprostowany i z zamkniętymi oczami uśmiechnij się do wewnątrz. Podziękuj sobie za ten czas i z dużym wewnętrznym uśmiechem powoli otwórz oczy. Unikaj gwałtownych ruchów. Daj sobie chwilę, aby wrócić do rzeczywistości i w swoim tempie, z dużą dozą łagodności, wstań, wyprostuj się. Jeśli tylko masz ochotę, poprzeciągaj ciało i z nową dawką energii kontynuuj twój dzień. Mam nadzieję, że ta sesja pomogła ci się odstresować i zrelaksować. Wracaj do niej, kiedy tylko będziesz miał lub miała ochotę. I do usłyszenia w kolejnych.
Introducing the HTC Vive Flow. Immersive VR glasses, rewriting the rules of entertainment. Made for private cinema experiences. Made for casual browsing. Made for on-the-go entertainment. It's virtual reality with Vive Flow.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome after the break. We are going to have the next discussion panel about metaverse, how to get ready for Internet 3.0 development. Our panelists include Katarzyna Szymielewicz from Panoptykon Foundation, Olgierd Cygan, Film Interactive Festival. He has not arrived yet. Sorry, he won't be with us today. Bartosz Żuk, HTC Europe, Maciej Kawecki, LEMS Institute CEO, High School of Banking, Warsaw, and Łukasz Węgrzyn, lawyer from Kochański and Partners Law Office. And the discussion will be moderated by Aleksander Piskosz, journalist. The floor is yours. We know that metaverse and the concept as such is quite fluid. Every company has its own idea. Meta develops it as Facebook 2.0, but this is the term that occurs in public and gains popularity. So, right from the start, I would like to ask the following question. What is metaverse? What can we tell about it? I'm sorry, I cannot hear the speaker here in the booth. Yeah, now it's all right. When we take a look at the development of metaverse, according to definition, these are intertwining worlds. When students ask me what metaverse is, I describe it in simple words that in Zuckerberg's approach, you put on VR goggles, you enter a virtual world, you're, for instance, in H&M, buy a bag, and then decide to visit Broadway with this bag. This is a world of integrated platforms, a world that does not exist. We don't have data transfer technology helping us implement such a concept. However, looking at the history of such development, metaverse concept is quite simplified. I disagree with such a definition. Looking at the history of its development, first we digitalized the flow of information. The internet was created. However, it was not enough. So consequently, social media was created, but it did not suffice. We digitalized the world around us to create augmented virtual reality. What links these worlds is that we digitalize reaching people with the sense of vision and the sense of hearing. All the other ones are left behind. If I were to say what metaverse is about, this is in deep digitalization of these senses, sense of hearing and sense of vision. But this is also an attempt to digitalize other senses. Humankind perceives the world with senses. Metaverse is digital, touch, haptics. This is a dish you can taste, a smell, a scent, fragrance you can smell. It is closing the loop of digitalization. We've got some harbingers. And for me, this is metaverse. However, we need to remember that the concept of metaverse I mentioned at the very beginning does not exist because even we first need future generations. FG does not suffice. Works are ongoing, but such technology is not available yet. And one more essential thing. The difference between metaverse and internet is that when Windsurf combined two computers in 1970s, creating the internet, first the internet was created and then it was called. In the case of metaverse, it's vice versa. First it was called and then its definition, then it is created, and hence we don't know what it is.
When I think about the development of 3.0 internet, you made the point. We are laying the cornerstones to metaverse development. There are certain threats that you bring about, the content moderation in virtual world that we might be facing. The big tech platforms and social medias are not coping with the content moderation kind of, so I'm thinking whether we are able to create any kind of top-down rules and regulations set to protect our privacy and privacy of the users that are in the virtual world, so that their rights are not infringed. It goes to the autonomy of laws. Before I tell you about the law, I'll carry on what Maciej Kawecki said. What we are speaking about, what we don't have, and we might be talking over the decade, very much to the point, I'd say. When we think about human technology touchpoint, what was historically regulated, it was data a long time ago. We had, before GDPR philosophy, so the EU personal data regulation. It was the old concept 20 years ago, human personal data that are easiest to conceptualize. It's hosting. Somebody's got information in the database. They can be excessive, infringing our rights. This is the old version, but we stepped a few steps ahead. We've digitalized human relations, and we are 2.0 network that is based on our activities without full immersion, as it is the title of the festival, with human interactions. But we are observing our behavior and privacy. If, as a notion, it has been applied because privacy is too limited. In simple Facebook, algorithms follow my behavior, and it's a different story compared to the old database. When you think Facebook, regulators think hosting. There is information. I have filled my profile with data. Is this a problem? The battle on what is in the database is important because they take care of the public and on the internet. But there is a very important dispute. The database content is the smallest problem. There's a galaxy of us moving about the internet. If one part of Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, or anything else eats one cat, and there are 15 cats in some other places. But I want to show the mechanism. I'm not going to face on database, but on observation of how humans behave. And Shona Zuboff terminology, behavioral safeness, is very useful. When we are speaking about something in the context of metaverse, so who is the one to take control of a behavioral surplus? So when we are immersed in anything like internet, whatever you call it, so this is the connectivity between appliances and quite probably neural links, this immersion, how it is going to be explored in behavioral surplus. This is the expansion area that Facebook, Meta, and others think about. the expansion to the basic observation level, as it has already happened, with great destruction losses for single people and groups. What's next? We don't have regulation that goes there because we are short of regulations to mid level. Web 2.0 and behavior safety, like is the one on Instagram, Facebook, and others, has not been captured because behavioral safety is not seen by those, but for those who capitalize it. It's not a profile that I can verify. It exceeds me. These are lifetime observations of algorithms. This is the data that is generated. These are trends that we read from that statistical observation in people en masse that align advertisements and interfaces. What will be present in the metaverse, it's real gold. It's a problem that in the regulations pentagram that is composed of many bylaws, including the closest to one that we have, Digital Services Act, are going to streamline it, but there are no specific rules for metaverse. It would be extrapolation of the rules that we have, or the European Union is catching up with the technical reality for big techs for the services they provide today. So, in your opinion, these companies of big tech segment should promote the decentralization era or some kind of joint activities. Decentralization is the solution to the problem. Theoretically, yes. If we could stop supervisory capitalism expansion and push the companies some kind of real division of the resources, the database and access, so that we can have a server under the bed for diverse and other decentralized medium server, many of them, the easiest problem to solve, solvable. And interface decentralized is overlapped. No one recommending algorithm for the content which creates me see what I see in the metaverse or internet, or the algorithm of my choice. It designs something that I have chosen interoperational. It's a good move, it's a recommendation, but we can recommend it. Those who keep algorithms are not interested in opening them. There needs to be some kind of delamination of trading, advertisement traders. Somebody finances it through advertisement. My off network that I have with 5 colleagues of mine is financed differently. Otherwise, it will never grow. There is a number of levers. The reform of the rights goes this way. European Union deals with fragmentation of these empires. It's not let's break them up into dividing into smaller metas or small faces, smaller dealers of drugs, but it's delamination, vertical delamination, separating services that can be interoperable. Messenger is a simple one. It should be interoperational one. If we want to have one app for 5 things that we are doing, it will be doable. And even this banal move is a great thing. How about safety and things? There is huge business opposition against the change. If I were to look for hope, I would deprive big techs of this full control of the experience we are talking about. One question in this context, metaverse development and its different branches. We were speaking about this being a fluid concept. Is this able to catch up? AI is not the best prepared. This regulation is not prepared the best. Bans what you cannot do when it comes to AI application, do's and don'ts, like face recognition in real time. This cannot survive longer than 5 years or up to decades in conditions we are in. If you want to have tort law for metaverse, you introduce regulations before metaverse becomes a fact, special protections for people who are harmed, assaulted, mobbed, other harassment falls. We can say that everybody can have a switch. So about the switch and somebody is connected with this. It might be my brain and how Neuralink works there. So what law can do, because we work on extrapolation of what is now. What is okay are the principles, even the oldest ones that we can speak about. They are sensible if we speak about human autonomy, dignity, following their choice. They are always true, they always make sense, but it's a $1 million question how to execute it, because there are problems, not the principles. In GDPR, there are good principles. You tend your attention to very interesting thing. We don't know how we, the people, will be behaving in metaverse if we are unable to get data.
jako szerszy obraz tego, jak tak naprawdę ludzie będą się odnajdywali w tych
How
wirtualnych
people
światach.
find their bearings in
Bardzo
virtual worlds.
odnośnie tego chciałbym to takie zgrabne sposób połączyć, bo wiemy,
To
że
Łukasz, I'd like to streamline it nicely.
już teraz
You have
są
people
projekty,
who use Web 3.0 potentials, they want to use it.
jak tutaj wygląda kwestia
So what is the proprietary rights
korzystają
question?
możliwości oferowanych nam teraz
Do they use
wirtualnych światów zamiast tutaj.
these possibilities, NFT and similar? What is it like?
Chyba mnie słychać.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. So, my reflection on after what Kasia and Maciej said, and referring to your question, it seems that the status quo is that we are simply guessing what metaverse is going to be like. I remember the website in the 1990s. Nobody knew what way it will grow. Some entities started to invest in it. Some had to recalibrate or redefine their strategies. From the point of view of a lawyer sitting behind the desk and drawing something, writing something, my mindset is as follows. By building the metaverse, the world, or the immersive penetration of reality, we know that it will not, that legal acts are created according to certain procedures. Codes and technologies are also created according to certain technologies. One of them is FASTA, and we know which is. So our regulations will never follow. I'm really scared of the world where the regulation follows or is faster. If it's only a matter of being delayed somewhat, it depends to what extent we are delayed. Perhaps one day we'll be able to make fewer mistakes in regulating 3.0 world. The next 12 or 36 months will show how it goes. I do believe it's going to be like that. That's the perspective of a lawyer. I have never heard of any acts of law applying to metaverse only, and I don't expect they will come soon. From the point of view of a person helping the creators who want to enter this world, I hope that this freedom which is assigned to the new reality, to the decentralized world, is fulfilling, entering the Web3 world of decentralized networks will let them use the way guaranteed by technology to become independent of entities in which the dependence often occurs in the 2.0 world. Kasia remembered big techs. I don't want to take either side in this discussion, but if I were to express my opinion, my personal opinion, I wish we had a broader freedom zone. If it does not happen, we are at a stage of denaturing capitalism and what capitalism does with technology. It will either change or in 50 years' time, there won't be any capitalism. It will be like a self-consuming flood of investments that are supposed to create new technology, and its fetish is that it's new. Isn't it so that new things have always been fetish to humans? Perhaps you're right, but a quarter-to-quarter approach is really terrifying. We do not say it's a fantastic new solution which will let us do this and that, but it's a fantastic new solution which will help us do this and that and profit this and that. I know it's about investing money to help organizations grow, but I wish that what happens to Web3 will not let us wake up in a new reality and live very well, but that it will bring the atmosphere of freedom in which we become independent of the investors, of what people say about my creation. Whether I succeed or not will be evaluated by the customers, by the addressees. I wish that in Web 3.0 we'll be able to recreate what was supposed to happen with Web 2.0, enter new mechanisms helping young creators function in this world. It did a great job. It was an outburst of creation, and I hope it's going to be like that in the case of Web 3. This is only the beginning. This is the beginning of the beginning. So, I do hope, and I believe as a person who sits behind their desk, I hope that the future belongs to people like those sitting next to me. We should derive from what we learned in 2.0 and try to implement it in 3.0. This is also the responsibility of us, lawyers, reducing it to the world like in a Western film, that we only extend the borders, will make it not exist in the future. Right, so we need a pinch of skepticism. When I look at the world of new technologies, everything is based on stimuli, and everything needs to be new. Everything new is fascinating, but only for 5 minutes. There's no long-term perspective. Let me digress, referring to what is happening to Twitter and Elon Musk. this carnivorous capitalism is not new. It generates more problems than it solves. What do we need to do to avoid it in 3.0? You mentioned it, but should we really stop and ask the question, what for? I've got a reflection that you might find interesting. We should not forcefully seek for rescue in regulations because law is of different nature than technology. I know it's going to sound sophisticated, but the only law that exists is the law of physics. The laws of biology are derived from the laws of chemistry, and normal laws are stipulated to help us live safely and well. If stealing did something good to us, we would encourage people to steal, but technologies do not find their source in recommendations, but they are based on mathematics and partially on physics. They are different by nature. Therefore, we must never look at the development of new technologies through the prism of law. Law let me down, and for a long time in my career, I was convinced that law and regulations are the remedy to reasonable development. And then it turned out it was not true. That's why we need to look for solutions and for answers here, not in the law. I would like to come back to this topic. We talked about the shape of metaverse. I would like to ask Bartosz, what is the HTC's idea? What is your vision? How do you approach it? Before the panel, I used VR goggles, and I am a great fan of this technology. We talked for a moment, and I learned that the number of areas where the technology could help or make our life better is huge. Leaving the topic of skepticism or legal regulations or reasonable approach to these technologies and how metaverse is going to change us as humans, I would like to find out what is it like in your case. We make equipment which fails, and it's like ahead of our dreams in what it could do. We keep on working to make the internet convenient, pleasant, and suited to our senses. Our parents and grandparents might find it challenging to use the keyboard or the mouse if they have never used a computer. The new internet will resemble our human environment. If I move my hand, I move my hand and not the mouse. So we try to make it as real as possible. Metaverse should be rather called multiverse. You've got Spider-Man and Batman, but sometimes these two separate worlds blend, and you can watch a film where both characters star. We live in the world with lots of interesting projects from different areas: medicine, space trips, helping astronauts, or curing cancer and making this process more pleasant. There are different solutions, and each of these areas generates new challenges for us, equipment manufacturers. Consequently, new standards emerge for the communication between the hardware and the content. Most probably, these worlds will blend one day, just like computers and telephones, so that we could use any device to communicate with other ones in different ways, for instance, visually. Moreover, there are other challenges. Blending and mixing of the worlds is expected. It's not only to uh, to create something, but to apply it to reality, to walk around it, so that it becomes available to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. It would be excellent to wear some goggles, lens, or goggles which are not bigger than these ones, which you can use anywhere so that they could orient in the space, offer communication. We've got such ones. I tested them. They cost $1,500. As of the 20th of January, it will be available. They are the best glasses of mixed reality. They are like standard, regular spectacles glasses, but they apply digital world onto the real world. They have they blend the existing with non-existing ones. There is a screen visualization applied to virtual ones. It's like HoloLens, but HoloLens limits the perception, is not aesthetic. I can't see the person's perception, and it also affects the labyrinth. That's the issue of offering more content, but also to make it independent of hardware. Nemo Planet. If I had Nemo Planet glasses and Katarzyna has Oculus, these apps need to operate using the same equipment, and developers shouldn't be forced to make a dozen or so versions of the environment to work. Hence, the necessity to standardize such protocols or communication languages. Most probably, under these standards, we can include certain rights, certain rules to do this or that. And consequently, I won't be exposed to such hazards. We, as HTC, won't impose the entire world, build the advertisements, because we are not a large corporation. We sell the equipment at the price of parts plus our margin added. We do not sell it just underwater and then take the rest, selling people's data. Therefore, foundations and organizations which work using open standards should remember that the standards should include communication and programming languages, but also the rules of privacy and security. Referring to what you just said, I understand that it's easy for you because you are a hardware manufacturer. Apple can offer higher privacy protection standards than Google, which has a mixed model. The something more is going to be the essence of metaverse. The equipment is one thing. You can have more expensive or cheaper devices. I imagine that in education or in medicine, it doesn't have to be my private money that I'm going to spend, but who is going to finance the rest in the model? The sooner we start talking about it, the sooner we'll understand that the rules of market and the rules of human relations need to be agreed, because there are new expansion areas. It is not the question on whether we have got an open code, license, decentralization. It can all be ensured because it has existed and will exist. But if the business is based on manipulating human emotions, but simply using new devices, it's going to be worse rather than better. Talking about the significance of separating the market and the human aspects is the most challenging thing. It's all about the money, isn't it? Not profit. Vitalik Buterin does not do it for the money. Me neither, but there are 5 of us per billions. We talked about decentralization, but there are plenty of people who don't work for money, but for the development of their ideas. However, the sky is overcast and somebody takes it over. I would like to ask a question to HTC. In your sector, do you mention safety faults, rules based on the rules of physics that could protect us against what we know from 2.0, or is it too early to deliberate on it? Privacy by design, privacy by default are the rules generated by GDPR. Philosophically, great. Designing something from scratch, we should ask a question whether it's safe and it protects people to the maximum extent as a default, as a design, as a project, and not something that I need to reprogram, recover, or change to protect myself.
By principle, we don't use and process the data in the course of usage because we don't need the data. The only possibility for the Google acquired data is when somebody makes login available. We can see the ambient images from the place the Google was used in, but it's a consent for us to improve something because something is not working. That is why we have logs. One app is used for meetings, distant meetings. We are brought together in one place as digital avatars. There is this functionality to create a bubble. I want to disappear in because I don't feel comfortable. I haven't looked there for a long time, but in VRChat there are functions like these appearing or will be appearing. From what I heard, when we proceed with futuristic solutions, we walk in the streets with nice glasses on, and there is augmented expanded reality. It was the subject of analysis, kind of, because in order for the Google or this nice glasses to find the bearing in the space, You need to see it and scan it. So there is a question like a street view. There are faces. Can we allow for that? For the faces to be streamed, to be corpos. The equipment. In equipment, we introduce new types of interactions. In addition to hands, we add face scanning, eye bulbs scanning to have a nicer avatars that reflects facial expressions mimics. But these modules can also track the size of the pupil to give us information when somebody is afraid of facial expressions, mimics. This is what we can read. There are modules for scientific research for the time being, which scan blood flow inside the brain. Based on brain activity, they can catch some schemes. The question is, we, the company that is contented with the margin on the equipment, we won't be using it. But if you get something free of charge or 50% discount, it means that you pay a price. Thank you very much for your intervention. We've got questions from the audience. This is the info I got. I'll pass on the microphone. Thank you very much for this interesting panel. I just wanted to share one impression. I'm kind of shocked when it comes to legal opinions and no need to have legal regulations, because it seems the way the argument has been coined is manipulative and untrue. I know there are laws of physics, but how we use the technology that is available, how technology creators use it. We are speaking about technology as an abstract being. This is created in universities. It's in the research space. It's something different compared to technology implemented in social life. It co-shapes social life. There is no social life without legal regulations. And the technology's impact on our life is seen. Interventions and initiatives on protocol openness, data exchange, and data safety and security, safety in the network, what Bartosz was saying. There are certain principles of coexistence need to be this or that way regulated. There are violence acts in virtual reality. Not necessarily do we understand how it happens, but it does happen. And regulators cannot catch up with that. But I agree, it's very much needed. I agree this free right opinion. We cannot make it possible. One of the most important things that is happening is the silos question. Web3 is not point 3 decentralization. The problem is fenced off. Sometimes countries cannot fence it off. Question of data accessibility with regards UAV operators in Ukraine. There was this problem that the military might have caught the location of drone pilots, and there was a hacker that blocked it because DJI did not want to give power over the flight control protocol into the state's hands. It was military safety question, so there was a hacking device to switch this supervision mechanism off. There's a drawback. DJI did not agree, and there is a hacking device available that can be used by terrorists, because a drone in the UAV can fly into a turbine of a plane and cause a catastrophe. It's unregulated, it's being discussed. It's not only virtual space, but there's lots of other things. Let me finish. You like breaking in, and this is a lecture. You're doing a lecture rather than asking a question. I radically disagree with what you're saying. It's arrogant. First and foremost, you didn't understand what I was saying. I didn't say that the law should not regulate technology. The law will not regulate technology because this is not instrument of trans-territorial regulation of what is trans-territorial by nature. We can dispute who is the competent to regulate metaverse, where it is located, where is the specificity of a state of the European Union. Once we are discussing it, the technology develops. Therefore, the mechanism that regulates the development of technology is attached to consumers. How we use it, where we put limits, awareness, not the law, because the law cannot catch up with that. And this is what we heard in this panel. The law can never catch up the reality. GDPR is neutral by device. 10 years after it was created, it has got areas which are not aligned to the ever-changing reality. And this is what we meant, not the information that the law should not regulate technology. GDPR has done a lot of good, although it is one of the dead regulations in the European Union. It has increased the privacy, its most recognizable reform. We discussed it. Wherever there was a real change, it was not a global effect. It was the result. It wasn't the result of the legal act. We started paying attention. There are countries like Japan that adapted GDPR to their legislation. This inspirational aspect of GDPR. It was Kasia, attorney of law and me, not that the law should not regulate technology. I gave you the answer. Let's not cling to legislation, legal norms, because there is no answer to the question what metaverse is in the law. There'll be rapes in metaverse. If we regulate what is a rape in metaverse, in digital space, does not mean that your daughter is safe. She should be informed that don't use metaverse that you fall prey to a raper. And the law is not the answer. This is what I meant. And there will be no legislation. Nobody's going to create legislation in the years to come to regulate metaverse. This is the challenge. This is why we are sitting here. There won't be regulation of this kind. If you've never heard it, you can hear it from me for the first time. EU is not going to implement regional regulation in metaverse because the Artificial Intelligence Act has been processed for 10 years and not accepted. And we are the only place, because we had Snowden on the date of voting of this in Parliament. If I may chop in, we are running out of time. The answer, if I can paraphrase, there are 3 lawyers in the panel. This is a symptom. They are in the game. Even Maciej, who is most skeptical. Well, we've been working this for 12 years. I've been lobbying. I don't know how the sausage is made. It's always made too late. There are many compromises to change narratives, to involve the companies, the wealthiest companies in this, to have a pretext to enter this company and talk to this. But there is no norm like a code in a computer that will be accepted. This code is not a self-doing code, and you say, let's not do the code. We'll be doing the code, the law. This is our job. but we are realistic. It always be delayed. It will be a compromise. It will have loopholes. And this is a power play. It requires social organizations, legislators, regulators. It's a fight, like a language. May the law be like a new language to name things, or a word that we have, not the laws of physics. And this beautiful accent finishes this part. I'd like to thank all those who've been with us. Thank you for this question that enlightened and enlivened our discussion and further of discussions in further off stage ambience.
Dziękujemy naszym.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, another panel discussion, export of Polish creative sectors. Anna Schiller from Visual Narratives VN will be chairing it, and a curator of our international section. And we'll have Monika Ostrowska, project manager. Maria Ostrowska, sorry. Polish Agency of Trading and Investments. Katarzyna Świętochowska, creative producer Science Now. And Jan Pomierny, chief executive officer at Science Now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find our bearings, find yourselves comfortable. One person on the other side of me. I don't know whether we are able to sustain the energy presented in the previous panel. I hope we can. At least a few percent of interesting discussion. I don't know, we'll try. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation to the panel. We'll be speaking about Polish creative sector's export in a concrete context, broad topic, unable to discuss it thoroughly. Global exhibitions is what we are going to speak. Dubai and the one in Osaka in 2025, pretty soon. We have representatives of a few worlds and milieux that collaborate closely, because Polish Agency for International Trading, represented by Marysia, has collaborated in Science Now for Dubai Expo that took place a few years ago. We are going to speak about the collaboration of two institutions. Before we tell you what's been a success, tell us by saying what PAIH does. Not necessarily all the people know what you do who can use it, so that the people can grasp the context. Hello and welcome. Polish Agency of Investments and Trading is the national agency that supports internationalization of companies, international export, and we try to bring big investors into Poland. And there is an overriding activity that is promotion of Poland's economy. The agency promotes and carries out business. Speaking about structure, Polish agency is located here in Krucza Street, and there are 70 locations all over the world. The so-called foreign trading offices. In a specific market, you can find information about the country, how to do business. it isn't only networking and contacts, but also culture-related tools, like business culture-related tools. And I'm here in the context of Expo. Pai also is also responsible at Poland's presentation at Expo, global exhibitions. Before that, it was PARP, Polish Agency for Enterprise Development. From before Expo, the main organizer changed. We were responsible for organizing a Polish presence at Expo 2020 in Dubai, and Osaka 2025 is the next one. That was a word of introduction. Now the presentation. What is your collaboration all about? It's a lengthy, many-year process, and now you have gained the momentum. Selection of companies, strategy when working on this presentation in Dubai. What is the backstage part of the process? What sectors are represented? Have you preceded it with research of the market or the people who will be coming there? What was it like? I'll give the floor to Science Now representatives. Now, the first draft. What is strategy work like? Depending where the World Exhibition is taking place and what kind of data is provided by the organizers, the strategies are planned differently. It would be the easiest to speak about Osaka. So let's start with Osaka. This is the phase we are in, the intra-ministerial consulting regarding the strategy of Poland's presence at Expo in 2025. The strategy is created by different people associated with the market, culture and economy-wise. Organizer assumes that 85% of viewers are Japanese people, so this project, it has got a different structure than the Dubai project, where these were international milieux. The nearest great number. Structure is different and tools that we select are different. Economic activities, they are justified by state structure. They are preceded by lengthy analysis that are associated with the market. Polish agency has got access to these analyses because we've been business-wise in this market for all the time.
In future, it will include gaming, IT, green technologies, and agricultural and food sector. So, whenever such a concept is outlined, it is consulted with a number of entities. They are primarily state-owned, but it's not about companies, however, about different institutions. This is a multi-level project covering diplomacy, culture, and finally, promotion of Poland as a brand is the umbrella of the project, including promotion of creative industries. The next stage will involve collaboration with the entity responsible for the exhibition. So I will give the floor to our specialists. Right, so what is your role, what was your role in Dubai when it comes to planning based on collected data, information about the target audience, about the promoted sectors, the leading topics? in Expo and Polish Pavilion. What was your role in the process? Thank you very much for inviting us. It's very nice to meet you here, Ania, Marysia. We still remember this interesting project, the one who provided lots of experiences and emotions, especially that it was implemented in the challenging pandemic period. It raised certain specificities. We can tell you about what it looked like in Dubai. We keep our fingers crossed for the Polish Agency of Investing and Trade for the preparations to Osaka exhibition. Now the architectural competition is ongoing. We are monitoring it, and we hope an excellent design, will be selected. We managed to create an excellent pavilion for Dubai. It was filled with great content, so I hope it's going to end up this way for Osaka as well. We are going to closely monitor what is happening. If there is a role to play, we'll take it into consideration. I'm sure it's going to be carried out just like in the case of Dubai, based on a tender procedure or competition. We joined the project in January 2020, and the end of 2019, competition was announced for updating the sightseeing path or providing details against what was proposed initially. The architectural concept was really amazing for the Polish pavilion. It was also about preparing multimedia content for the exhibition. We won this competition in January 2020, but then the pandemic struck. It caused a state of uncertainty for a few months. Nobody knew what would happen to the World Exhibition. Now these are distant memories, but we were all wondering what would happen to the Olympic Games, to the World Exhibition. Finally, the decisions were to postpone them for a year. So consequently, for the original engagement, new challenges occurred. For instance, we had to take into consideration the new expectations, the new habits, new behaviors that had to be taken into consideration in order to make people willing to visit it. As a rule, Expo has this cultural dimension promoting particular countries. Many visitors are families with children or those willing to find entertainment and to spend their leisure time in a nice way. It's about telling a story about a country in a way that helps it stand out among other pavilions. It's not so easy because it all depends on the current technological context, the budget that the pavilions have for their exhibitions. So there are many twists and turns that have to be taken into account when considering what the story about Poland could be. Bearing in mind the context of the pandemic, the role of Expo organizer is pivotal. The organizers share some guidelines, instructions that all pavilions have to observe. During the pandemic, it was about using hands-free technologies and experiences. So it was a challenge. Well, I can imagine it was like that for you, and you responded to the needs with specific technologies. Can you Can you share some stories or videos if you want to illustrate something?
No, to prawda, że jakby to,
That's
co się
true.
udało, czyli ten dodatkowy rok, on stworzył w pewnym sensie
What
taką
happened? I
platformę
mean, the extra year provided the opportunity
odwiedzających pewnego rodzaju nowe doświadczenia,
to offer new
które właściwie
experiences.
być kompletnie bezdotykowe.
Um,
I w związku z tym
by definition, these technologies were supposed to be hands-free.
jedną
Therefore,
z nich
we had to implement different solutions. One was the Polish table installation. It was focusing on the motive of the table as the place where we meet.
jak nam się to wydał bardzo ładny motyw, który chcieliśmy
It
instalacji
seemed a
zaakcentować.
nice motive,
Rzecz, która niezależnie od tego, jak fenomenalna była architektura,
regardless of the architecture of the pavilion, its furnishing, its interior.
tym ze wszystkimi innymi pawilonami
We
wszystkich najlepszych gospodarzy.
we had the best hosts. These were the students of Polish universities, students holding Polish passports, or which also highlighted this message about intercultural experiences. We wanted to create a place welcoming the pavilion visitors, but also to give us an opportunity to tell the story. It was like opening successive boxes. These were like babushkas hiding other topics to show the creative industry. I just want to briefly mention another installation. It was the immersive multimedia space close to the solutions, like the ones you discuss here in the conference. It was it contained a visual engine and the one in charge of the sound zone. So let's stop for a while. I think we should show something, the pavilion, the display, the exhibition, interaction with the audience was beautiful. Therefore, I think it would be a good idea to show the photos in the background to help you understand and refer to what we are talking about. You mentioned the immersive space. Let's take a moment to discuss it. We are in a festival with lots of artistic content. There are artists here, so I was wondering about such cooperation with artists when designing the hall. The Polish pavilion was based on the motives of creativity inspired by nature. These were the guidelines, but the entire narrative of the Polish pavilion was that humans are the potential of Poland, their creativity, ability to find solutions, to cooperate, and to use many technologies, being those who find solutions to different situations. Winning this competition, we learned that our objective would be to engage as many co-creators as possible to establish such links and to show all creative sectors and their representatives in the broadest spectrum possible. We wanted to show them in the context which were not so standard or obvious. Right, as Maria said at the very beginning, the challenge of building a country's presentation during the World Exhibition is bringing the best of an entertainment park, science center, and art gallery, as well as a place which holds a number of events for 6 months. These events are mass ones and concerts, and it all has a supreme objective to promote the country's economy and culture. It was about supporting the economic situation, and therefore we had to reach for various solutions because we had different target audience, different visitors. So it's always good to specify our target. Anybody can be the target in this case, as far as their age, origin, and so on and so forth. In Dubai and in United Arab Emirates, the situation was different than in Japan because the visitors are international. And these are people who don't know much about Poland or know nothing about it. They can also find it difficult to identify which continent Poland is on or where it belongs exactly in the map of the world. The solution to the issue was the possibility to engage various creators in a broad sense. We do not mean only artists, but a number of entities engaged in creating the exhibition space. The Polish Agency of Investment and Trading deserves a round of applause because they helped us understand that when we create such an installation as the Polish table, we should engage 7, 6, or 8 different businesses responsible for delivering the modules. We needed them because they were these successive babushkas that we could open during presentation. Right, so let's stop at the table and focus on saying that not only artists were involved in the process. The table was developed owing to Copernicus data. We combined science with art. That was one approach. Another one, Conrad Shipyard made the table's module of materials that are typically used for making ships. The yacht industry was defined as the prospective directions for the Polish economy development, and it's also very popular in United Arab Emirates. So we wanted to combine industrial and artistic aspects. That was one approach. On the other hand, we had Oskar Zięta models or Bolesławiec pottery and ceramic ware to show different aspects of the Polish story. All right, so please mention specific examples of collaboration. Are there any technological solutions developed in Polish companies, Polish IT sector, which were presented and promoted there? Just to add, it's easy for us to enumerate because we still remember it. On the Polish table, we had 3D modules printed from the aluminium used for satellite components. This is something that was created with the engagement of designers, but then it was created in a purely engineering process. Similarly to the yachts, It was based on the guidelines presented by the Polish Agency of Investment and Trading. We were creating it with the Polish agency. 3D is a significant area in the United Arab Emirates, similarly to yachts and luxurious yachts. These were the strategic sectors which wanted to highlight during our presence in Dubai. Bolesławiec ceramic ware, wooden modules created using the old methods and glass modules created by Agnieszka Bar. Cornucopia of craftwork and future solutions. This is what you could find on the Polish table. We also had the pavilion zone presenting an overview of the 12 strategic sectors which were additionally grouped into interdisciplinary clusters. A dozen or so of Polish institutions and companies presented their ranges. We used short videos to present various examples of Polish creativity. But before we move on to multimedia, again, these are like babushkas hiding stories. It's worth saying that the starting point was the motto, creativity inspired by nature. We wanted to tell the story of creativity not only through the prism of creative industries, but to emphasize that creativity is the foundation of economic, scientific and artistic success. That was the core of the Polish pavilion's narrative. When I browsed the assumptions of the concept prepared for Osaka, the same statement is valid.
Kasia, I know you wanted to say something, but we are running out of time. If we manage, I'll get back to you. Marysia, I want to talk to you about Osaka. I understand that you're in the middle of architectural competition and all the faces are ahead of you. If there are companies, creators, on the other end of the line, having listened to what Anya and Jan said about Dubai, and they can imagine themselves in Osaka, can they establish cooperation in Osaka? Referring to what Jan said, specific concept consequence. In Osaka, we want to carry on Creative Poland story. This is the slogan that is in the foreign story about Poland for many years. We want to speak about Polish creative gene, creative tension, aligned with different recipients. But the core about people remains mainly about people who are creative. Creativity has been reverberated for 1,000 times, be it our internal DNA or historic culture conditions. It's not the objective of this meeting, but this is a continuation. This is the first part of our activity. The concept that turns into an exhibition. Creation of the exhibition. Yes, we are going to have a competition, and after architectural competition there will be content competition, that we have some concept-based assumptions. It's not a free kind of creation. There's a brief binding, all of these, of the story that we want to develop in Osaka. And the selection of companies that are in the pavilion is done by companies or the body or curator who is responsible for that. And the second part are programs open to enterprises. Polish companies can call for it, they can be selected for presentation. There is lots of programs around, like Good Brands. Polish agency develops this program and it's dedicated to companies. They can take part in expo or conferences at that time. There'll be plethora of them. Promotion does not mean inside the pavilion. Follow us, follow our activities on our website. But the curator, the company, will be responsible for core. When do you open the competition? When you look at the time schedule, after architectural competition is announced, this is February 2023. Soon. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes past time, there's a delay. If any of the speakers wanted to add something to what was said. Kasia, you wanted to say something? You can speak a lot about the pavilion and the artist that we referred to, just a fraction of a big picture. We were nice to collaborate with this broad and creative milieu. We cannot speak about all of you, but this is the topic of the conference today. And this Polish table story forgot to tell us. We forgot to tell about its immersive part. You can follow all these works, including multimedia zone. There were Polish creators. Marcin, who is the visual engine, created on a variable and a creative planet that specializes in planetary facilities creations. Before we had VR, it transfers the situation to goggles that we know from under the dome. And Creative Planet films were many times awarded. We had very interesting scripts showing iconic Polish creativity, from science to Himalaya mountaineering. These are our case studies. Yes, Kasia? Add on that. We live in the world where eyes play the dominant role. Let's not forget about the sound. Here is a separate challenge. So there's a number of co-creators. Fifth zone, that is music, that Mirt was responsible for, hand in hand with Tomek Opałka. Marcin Dymit, soundscape, which clad the pavilion around, bringing it to nature. Music was recorded by Szczecin Philharmonic, last but not least. The binding element in interactive and engineering, Przemek Danowski, associated with Frédéric Chopin Music University, but for whom we wouldn't have had this project. We could speak about this at length and multiply examples There are interesting cases. You'll find more information here. Thank you for your presentations. And we are all curious, looking at the future, 2025. We keep our fingers crossed. I hope no impediments there'll be, like pandemics and things. And we'll be happy to reach 2025. And we'll see you in Osaka. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And another point of our program, Dr. Robert Banasiak, Director of Audiovisual Technologies, will be presenting Film Studio and Greenbox in VR realizations. Doctor, the floor is yours. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I was asked to present you the possibilities of collaboration with the institution that I'm a manager of, AV Studio, which used to be a studio in the past. So we have broad scope activity when it comes to AV production. VR is just a budding technology, therefore I'm here and want to encourage you for this collaboration. This is one big space which offers a plethora of possibilities. Wojciech Jerzy Haas, 1,000-meter biggest filming hall. You can imagine what can be presented there. Not only is this exceptional space, but also the spirit. Handwriting found in Saragossa was screened by Haas. There is Zbyszek Cybulski's hall, half smaller, but pretty versatile. The green box that we have, 300 square meters of green space, has been used for different productions. And we are speaking about feature films, animated films, and the first VR films that I'm going to speak about. Not only the support, but in production, but in post-production. We've got sound system, Foley Studio. We can have sound effects. Support of AV artists and producers is quite big. We've got a cinematic room. This is part of the recording studio. During the video production was there. We had post-sound editing. This is information knowledge dissemination point. As I mentioned, the screen is small. Some productions that were realized here, like Loving Vincent, The Valley of Gods, the image that you could see, it was Lev Majewski's Valley of God. He's a painter of the film, as they call Majewski. 300 square meters. Quite a lot of films were realized. We created scenography, traditional stage setting, but it's actually unlimited. It creates great chances, not only for feature film producers, but animation producers, A2, 3D, the stop-go animation. We support them. VR, this is just the beginning. You're encouraged to collaborate. The first steps we've already taken produce the result. MS Piłsudski is the result. The first version that you can watch here, The Hidden Story, it was co-created by us. And the second that will premiere underwater mission, premiered next year.
bardziej rozbudowany. Realizowaliśmy też taki projekt współpracy
We realized this in Polish-American co-production. This infrastructure is diverse enough so we can realize your Vincent project's Wielka Woda TV series, because one of the swimming pools, Zbyszek Cybulski studio has got a swimming pool. This is Poland's only studio that has got their own swimming pool. So special effects that we need water for, as it was the case in the TV series called Wielka Woda, we can do it here. Winter Travel, latest production, in both halls. John Malkovich, who was on the set here, Jason Isaacs. So, Hollywood movie stars who have been in our studios. Two VR projects that we realized, MS Piłsudskie Hidden Story and Underwater Mission. Our Concept Culture Foundation, Anya and Zygmunt, reached me saying that this infrastructure that we have can be used not only for production, post-production, but we also organize the screening of the film. We have this possibility, as you know, in collaboration with Adam Mickiewicz Institute, the virtual theatre project. The second part, underwater mission. As I told you, we've got a swimming pool, so you might have put a fragment of MS Piłsudski underwater. This is a special story. If you've seen the first part, you can imagine this huge passenger ship that is still underwater next to United Kingdom looked like. It was a challenge for us. It was a new project for us. We tried to collaborate with different sectors. AFX have also embraced the challenge. The result is splendid. You are going to see it soon. Polish-American project, Time Key. Truly surrealistic project that was realized for the cinematic viewing. 300 degrees, you can use VR glasses to watch it. Imagination of Polish artists coupled with American artists did work here. It was realized here. All these places are available, and the last slide was attached yesterday. We create a virtual studio. We've got a wonderful partner, Virtual Magic Studio with broad experience in-house set. There is a 100-meter LED screen. Therefore, we want to enter a new production area. It's happening out now, just for a few days. We've started assembling it. There is our team there. This is another point to create this kind of special infrastructure for the needs of different productions. Can I have the first presentation on the screen? So I want to show you this material, MS Piłsudski material, because Concept Culture Foundation acquired lots of original photos from the ship, and on the basis of this we've been trying to recreate it. As you can see, you might have seen the effect. We wanted to show this. This is why the presentation form, how the materials are created. Audiovisual Technology Centers. This is the National Culture Unit. Not only are we responsible for production, not only do we support, but also educate. Education is of utmost importance. How films are created, how sound is created, and so on and so forth. This is also our domain. We had underwater workshop in the pool. Materials like these are used for education, to tell the story to young people, to students who are our greatest target, how materials are created. I hope that the result you see
rzeczywiście odzwierciedla to, co pozostało po MS Piłsudskim
shows the effect of the remnants of MS Piłsudski, the original photos that were attained.
Możemy też drugą.
Can we play the second presentation on? That is going to be the presentation that shows you the second part of MS Piłsudski underwater mission. More extensive projects, actors are on board, more effects, more possibilities. We put forces with Virtual Magic Studio, Concept Cultura and us. And this is the result, as you can see here. And you will see soon at the cinemas. That you can have an underwater mission organized to explore the ship and to show it as it is today. This is an indoor pool, the water flooding of the materials.
To tak w telegraficznym.
That was it in a nutshell. I wanted to show this institution and this place to you and invite you to collaborate with us. The imagination is the limit. We want to create an institution that does not limit the creators. So, I can only say see you in Wrocław. If you have any ideas, concepts, feel free to contact us. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And now we were supposed to have a presentation on Metaverse, amazing world of avatars, but we're going to have a discussion. I will talk to Jagoda Piluch from, I will discuss about the nature of avatars and what we can do with them. Jagoda substitutes Paula Bortkiewicz, who was supposed to deliver the presentation, but I'm sure we will lose nothing of the story about avatars. I'm very happy to be here with you. I would like to tell you about avatars. Let's do it this way. We talked a lot about internet creators, about the nature of metaverse, about legalizing. These are going to be the topics that boost our discussion. But just a brief and most significant question is about the impact of metaverse on internet creators. Well, many types of influence. The internet evolves. The internet 3.0, the metaverse that we can see entering with specific steps affects the dynamics of creation. Influencers want to see new technological solutions to show their media, their presentations, their content. A lot of creators of games use their avatars to present their content, for instance, in Minecraft. This is a standard example when avatars are often used. I remember when I was 12, 13 years old, it was a real hit to watch gameplays where the influencers, the users, became Minecraft avatars and they were showing the content from the metaverse. We can say that was a kind of metaverse. And now we are extending it in different styles. There are new engines such as Ready Player Me, and gradually there is the group of users is expanding, so it definitely affects metaverse and influencers. So the question about the role of avatars. We typically perceive avatars as some details and parts of personality made digital. But we can also perceive it in a different way. It can be a form of hiding. Yes, indeed, it depends on your intentions. Me, as an artist, I can see different sides of this coin. So on the one hand, you can create your avatar who will be an identical copy, but we can create a completely different character opposed to who we are in reality. It's a double-blade sword. We can do a lot of good, but also a lot of bad things. Being hidden under an avatar different than we are is a kind of hazard, but if we are aware of it, we have to make all these protections precise in order to make the media safe. It should be not so easy to be hidden under another character. There is an ongoing work and there is still a gap in the law that cannot be filled. From the legal point of view, it's not described, so it seems children, adolescents have to be aware of how to behave in the metaverse on the internet. We had a discussion, vivid discussion about law chasing the developing technology, but from the point of view of social media users, we can show any photo, describe ourselves in any way, and we still live regulating it somehow. Hence, this awareness is going to be more important. In my opinion, we should reconstruct it. It is ubiquitous in our life. We spend 7-8 hours a day. The media are our everyday reality. We've got banking, we've got emails in our telephones. Skipping the aspect of the internet we have at hand would be an ignorance. We educate people how to talk to one another live. We should also educate children and the youth how to behave on the internet. That's my dream, to make it so beautiful. It's like utopia, but we keep calm and carry on. That's very important. But let's come back to the topic of avatars. How does technology enable existing? What is it like with this technology? We've got motion capture technology, which requires technologies, rooms, equipment, specialists, in animation. They need to spend hours in front of a screen to make these motions, these animations happen. But we enter innovative technologies in our company. For instance, we want to implement mapping, cracking of the body and of the faces, and generate such avatars. This way we can quickly execute such videos with avatars, but it's only the beginning of the story. Creating virtual media, we need to remember that the technology is still complex, sophisticated, and it requires a lot of resources to work. I could see people creating such avatars at your stand, so it's still a long way before we use these avatars in metaverse. Well, our avatars are combined with our engine. We provide the engines which make avatars alive. Ready Play Me, with whom we collaborate, is linked to other apps using avatars. VR chat works with Ready.me, but you can use avatars there. They do not have facial expressions, and hand motion is captured because Oculus can trace the pad, and based on it you can imitate the motion in a simple way. Right, so it would make sense to ask about the younger generation and their approach to avatars, contrary to the middle-aged ones. Well, there's a huge difference because young people are integrated with avatars. When I look at my younger cousins who are 5 or 6 years old, they are amazed with avatars. When they saw the avatar the other day, they were really amazed. The older generation, 40 plus, is quite skeptical. There are exceptions to the rule. There are people who are interested in this concept. During some conferences, which are not related to technology but to psychology, some speakers are afraid that the immersion will capture them. Elderly people aged 40 plus prefer sitting and functioning in reality, while adolescents and children see no difference. They want their avatars to be nice. If they don't have a nice avatar, they are boring. They must have nice outfits, nice hairstyle, an interesting concept to express their opinions. The avatar embedded in the media is very important because this is an integral part of their personality. They are like born with it. So, a statement to those who are skeptical: why is it worth it? To broaden your horizons. I know that everything that is unknown can put you off, but the devil is not as black as it's painted. Initially, when books were published, when print was invented, books were criticized for not reflecting the reality, that those who read books exist in the world of imagination and do not differentiate between reality and magic. And now people are criticized for not reading the books. That's the natural thing. There are always those who are skeptical, something natural, which I accept, but it's worth giving a go, just out of curiosity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Are there any questions related to avatars, technology building? No questions. Thank you very much. And now I would like to announce the next point on our agenda: talent and new technologies as stimulants of culture development. It will be delivered by Magdalena Sobocińska from the Wrocław University of Economics and Film School from Łódź. We need to wait a moment. I would like to take the opportunity and talk to Ania. All right, Ms. Sobocińska is online. Now I have understood Ania's gestures. Can you hear us, Professor? So a moment to wait. Just briefly, a short wrap-up. We'll have a summary in 20 minutes, but just briefly, what are your impressions? A different day than yesterday. Yesterday we had lots of families representing different generations, And what you discussed with Jagoda, children were coming with their grandparents who wanted to give it a try, and they were happy to see their avatars. So it's worth convincing grandparents to try. Today, we have had many representatives of the creative sector, representatives of different institutions, because this is what this festival is about. We want to make it a platform for different institutions and companies to meet. I always say that we should have inter-sectoral collaboration. We've got representatives of the public sector and such institutions. Moreover, we've got representatives of business sector and NGOs. So it works very well. While having a walk around, I heard about new concepts for collaboration, that the exhibitors visit their stands, provide inspiration, and establish collaboration towards new projects. This is something we are much concerned about. Furthermore, we want to show to all of you that it is worth using virtual reality in a sustainable manner. As you mentioned, avatars can put people off. The concept of metaverse can be discouraging as well. Mr. Fox from PKSA said in 2 years' time these will be parallel worlds. I think balance is necessary everywhere. The golden means to take the best of both worlds but still we need to remember various hazards that might be related to it. Recently, when I was promoting the festival, journalists often asked, "Isn't it dangerous? Won't we be stuck in the virtual world and never come back to the real one?" This is something that I keep on talking about. This is what Jagoda mentioned in the case of books. Some became addicted to smartphones, to the internet, games. It all goes naturally. We won't stop the development of the Internet 3.0. A festival like this one and other similar events should show how to use it wisely. Thank you. We are going to come back to the summary in a moment. Let's find out whether Professor Sobocińska is with us. So, we're going to modify our agenda. So first the summary, followed by a last presentation. I'm sure you're going to share some interesting things. Networking, that's important, but in your opinion, what is more convincing for the users? Cinematic VR or storytelling using game engines or games themselves? What is more popular?
To zależy wszystko też od odbiorców.
It depends on the recipients. Each form has got their own fans. Some people came across VR only yesterday and they were amazed. We cannot inform them at once because there were many of them. Cinematics tamed the form and the tool, the appliance as such. And I think that this expo stand generates the greatest interest. 30 headsets, 30 chairs, Everybody was waiting. They were flooding in to watch it. There are 5 cinematics at us. Each is different. Each of them tells a different story. The forms use game engines, yet they require to be kind of familiar with the technology because normally they use controllers. They require to be interactive from the person that is immersed. Not only are they immersed, but on top of that, they have to carry out activities. Escape rooms, there is a few to show. They looked for prompts, they solved the riddles, everything is up to them. But in all other types of interactions that accompany these immersive experiences associated with art, are the ones that tell about very important social problems. VR is much more than a roller coaster and technology, but the tool used by the artist. But they attract attention to things that are important from the point of view of technology, of science, of the general public. It only increases the impact on the viewers by making them a part of the event they are in. On the morning you wake, this kind of experience, it kind of puts us in a position of one of the inhabitants who were texted in Hawaii a few years ago. There's going to be a nuclear explosion. It's not a drill. What the people were doing, how they were connecting with their families, what was the most important. They were not going to banks to cash out, but they were looking for things that are important. And this failure was unavoidable, so they wanted to spend some time with the nearest and dearest. The creator came from Ukraine. He shows Ukraine 2022 exhibition. It shows the way Ukraine has gone down for the last 4 years, and there's a binding element is the bloodshed. They wanted to join democratic Europe. It was the revolution. Now they want that too. It's a very interesting problem. Notes of blindness. It was an app based on the diary, how it is developed. Gloomy eyes. It has got universal message. It shows the otherness, being foreign, and the difference between otherness, being foreign, these two types of existence, a zombie and a human girl. And the sun that is sulky on Earth inhabitants is restored and returns. This zombie is one of my favorite virtual creatures. And I agree with Anya's opinion. We have a connection. Watch Gloomy Eyes. I haven't seen this in Gogo for a long time. Watching bits because it's 6D OF. You can watch this spectacle. It's not a simple story, a wonderful spectacle it is. Thank you very much as of now, and we are connected with Madam Professor the last 3 hours to have a look here. If you want to have these experiences and much more. Palace of Culture and Science, we are waiting for you. And you're invited tomorrow, another day of the festival. Let's return to the agenda. Sorry? The connection got disconnected. We are unhappy that something is going on. So briefly, tomorrow you're invited. Central House of Technologies in what used to be SMIC shopping mall. Come over, more panels, more discussions, more presentations. Presentations with goggles to a smaller extent, but it's worth seeing it. And to have a different perception over VR. I am amazed compared to what was yesterday. What we can see today, it is really amazing, so it's worth it if you haven't had the chance. After the last presentation, run to the exhibition points. What are we doing? Are we waiting peacefully or are we having a chat on stage? This connection might be a challenge. Let's do it this way. If we get connected, well, we'll record it and put it on a YouTube channel. So for those who want to see the presentation, they won't lose this point. Because if there is such a big problem with connection. So the question, can we finish it? I hope Madam Professor accepts my apologies for being so nonchalant, and go to the exhibition and join us tomorrow for the third day of the festival. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.